door's not closing. Hey, Barricade. Yeah, the phone froze up on me, but we're back. Aliens didn't get me. How you doing, Jason? Yeah, it was a cold day, that was for sure. When I got up, so just out cutting firewood, trying to stay warm. My uninsulated cabin. But I think now I'm gonna skin this marten here in a minute. Just gotta let myself. I gotta warm up for a minute. Yeah, just like home. Trying to find my stuff. That's usually what I'm doing at home too. Set stuff down. Can never find it. Yeah, off the grid for sure. I got a generator out there and some Starlink. How about that? How many? Donate to what? Katie, I'm gonna remove you as a moderator. Same with you, Smurfy. And then we'll try putting you back on as a moderator. Bro, if you're gonna give me $100 per push-up, probably gonna make about like $300. Had some technical difficulties here. Yeah, I guess Scotty told Katie to have me remove you guys as moderator. And then straight to jail. Yeah, because we all went to jail. And no, this time my phone, like this one cut out because when I heard the aliens behind me, I heard my phone just died, strangely enough. I think it was too cold, even though I put these. Man, it's cold in here. I was outside too long cutting firewood. These hot hands. Katie left a bunch of these up here. The toe warmers. They're adhesive, and I stick them on the back of my phone. But when I pulled this one off, it was still it was cold. So. Yeah, definitely had me thinking, Smurfy. It's like, man, what the hell's going on around here? I don't know if you guys can see this, but no, probably not. There's like steam rolling out of my boots right now. even though it's 25 below. Actually, it warmed up. It's 20 below. Heat wave coming on. I'm in Alaska. It smells like corn chips. Yeah, I'm doing my best. I got good people that tell me what the rules are sometimes, hopefully before I get in trouble. But yeah, I'm in the interior of Alaska, out on at my trapping cabin. Well, it's kind of a shed, but yeah, we're doing our best. When I woke up this morning, it was 25 below outside and about 15 below inside. Yeah, yeah, it's just a Home Depot out there. You can see McDonald's. I think people do that. I think there's people out there, whatever, they do a bunch of off-grid stuff and they're just right next to a parking lot. But, I mean, if they're teaching something, I think that's kind of why they're so close. They're just trying to teach people. This is exactly where I want to be when Jesus comes back. This is the shed. It is 12 by 16. No insulation. We built it just to put gear in. Ignomatic Guchin, are you on here? Why are you tiny? That's the way I was born, dude. Or the cabin. Yeah, I agree with you, Smurfy. I think like a lot of those guys will say, "Hey, I'm in my backyard doing this," but I think some of them are pretending. I think what happens is people get the wrong idea of what you can get away with when you're really out in the middle of nowhere. I think some survival skills, being able to start a fire without a lighter and things like that, it's important to know how to do, but the reality of it is, man, if you fall in the water or you're seriously cold, you're going to want a lighter. You're going to want, I think being prepared is more like, a bigger deal. But I usually have, like, when I leave here, I usually have 2 lighters in my pockets, that clothes that I don't take off, even if I get hot, like in my bibs or whatever. And then I got a lighter in my jacket. I got one in my snow machine. I got one in my bag. And then when it's like, I don't know, 10 below or colder, if you don't have a lighter up against your body, that sucker won't even work. So I do carry a mag and a striker and then fire starter and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. You're not going out and like pretending to be in a survival situation like you were in one. So it's just better to bring the stuff. I mean, sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, when it's like 40 below, I carry this sucker around. I throw that right in my bag, and that's fire right there. Yeah, maybe it's cheating, but whatever. I'm not gonna freeze to death. You're in Antarctica? Man, I've always wanted to go to Antarctica. Before I started mining, I was looking at jobs in Antarctica. I wanted to go work down there, like stay down there. I'm not gonna fart into the mic. Yeah, I agree, Jay. What is going on with the fart stuff? The lighter from California. Because I was out cutting firewood, that's why it's still thawing out. Yeah, alone or naked. I think alone would be more my style. I don't know. I've laid in bed at night and thought about what 10 items I would bring. And I think bringing 10 PBRs isn't the best choice, but I think that's what I'd do. Or maybe 10 cans of chew. Oh, really? This is the, well, I mean, this is the Burns-O-Matic TS8000. So if you're going to try to burn down a whole state, this is what you want to use. This is why I carry it. It's when you really need it. P&E, PAE. Thanks, Nimbly. I appreciate that. Yeah, and for all the people that are just on here watching and not commenting, I appreciate you guys watching too. It's awesome. Liam, this thing has been all burnt off like that before. I don't usually make it through the winter without singeing some of it off. Yeah, I'm actually gonna skin that here in a few minutes. I was outside cutting fire with my hands are cold. I've been out here by myself a week right now, but the longest I've been out here is like 2 weeks. But I think I go pick Katie up from the airport on like the 9th. So I'll be out here till the 9th. No, it's a Pine Martin. Trapper around, yeah. And if you weren't on here yesterday, I caught a Wolverine yesterday and I'm still riding that high. Man, that was cool. My first Wolverine, got him in a foothold. Really? I did not serve in the United States Marine Corps. Negative. I mean, you can roast me if you want. I don't care. I think trolls and all that kind of humor is hilarious. I love it. I think I think when people say stuff on my regular videos and everything, talking trash, it makes me laugh. I love it. Do I have a snowblower? No, I do not. I have a tractor at home that I push snow with. I'm not partaking in the jazz cabbage. This, believe it or not, is just water right now. I had maybe some jazz cabbage after I got off the live last night. Crayons? No. Well, no, I have not. Not in abundance. Not any sort of high quantity. What's in your ice? It's just ice. I was outside a couple minutes ago. This whole thing was just ice. Hey, Sickman, comment on one of my videos so I can follow you back. And then I like when people comment on there, I'm subscribing back to them. That way I can see some of your videos and stuff. If you're out there trapping, that's awesome. Have you ever eaten crayons, Kevin? Yeah, definitely Alaska. Ice beard. Irish? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I know my grandma was from Spain. What do I think? I don't really want to get into that. If you want to see a crazy fire video, go on my channel and watch episode 1, I think it's Burnout and Blown Up. There's a fire for you. I got a bunch of drone shots, and that was right where I'm standing. Kevin K, that is my favorite joke. No, that's just ice on my mustache. That is by far my favorite joke. Thank you for that. That's awesome. Yeah, I agree, Smurfy. I would say, I don't know. Honestly, Trapper Scotty usually has all that information. Oh, I'm way behind on the comments. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to read this. You served in Iraq? All right. Thanks for your service, man. Machine gunner, too? Cool. That's badass. Wouldn't wear the orange beanie? And this one's my favorite right now. I got a black one and a gray one around here somewhere. Dante, what's up? How you doing? Jamal? No, not Jamal. See? Bam. Gray one. Why did the chicken cross the road? Yeah, they sure could. Or at least a cupping. I don't know about a roasting, but... See his flat meat, Eric? I gotta put some wood in here. I gotta get some water. We're trying to stay hydrated. I didn't drink any water today because I got up and all my water was frozen. Not like my pipes were frozen, but these jugs of water were frozen solid. So I'm finally getting this stuff thawed out enough, starting to drink it. You're great. I got a gnome joke. All right, now we're talking. North Carolina, I have not. I've been to Florida, like Orlando area, and then I've like been down to Key West, and I've been up to Pennsylvania once, but never North Carolina. How much snow? A couple feet. It warmed up the other day. to like 37 degrees, so some of the snow melted off. You want to shop with a fireplace? Yeah, I've got a fireplace in my shop that's like 4 feet wide or 4 feet long and about that big around, and you can fit, I don't know, 3.5 foot piece logs in there. And that thing is, man, it's awesome. Yeah, Smurfy, it wears on you after a bit. I mean, I grew up here and I love it here, but after a week, 2 weeks of being just constantly fighting to stay warm, it gets a little old. But I don't know, no mosquitoes. Cherry float. Thanks, Silent Majority. P&W, nice. Yeah, comment on one of my videos and I'll subscribe back to you. I'm trying to follow all you guys back. But I really do appreciate that. Oh, I'm in Alaska. Two gnomes and a Wolverine walk into a bar. I hope that's an actual joke. Oh, this. Yeah, so I worked for, actually, check this out. That's funny. You say that because I worked for, that's got the Eagle Globe and Anchor on it. I worked for, it's soaking wet too. I worked for the Cold Regions Test Center, which is out on the military base in Delta Junction. They have the CRTC, and they test out all the tanks and weapon systems and stuff like that, missiles, all kind of crap, in the cold. So basically when it gets 40 below or colder, they're out there testing all this equipment. And so we had a bunch of Marines come through, and they were testing out a bunch of gear, and they left duffel bags and duffel bags of that stuff. So they gave us all this cold weather gear. I've had that shirt since 2008, and I had like 4 pairs, and that's 4 sets, tops and bottoms. That's the last set I got. But yeah, I didn't even think about that. Oh, that's okay. Barricade, I'm going to still follow you, subscribe to you. Yeah, you guys saw some skin there, huh? You guys, that's just a teaser for that other site, Ooh, I got to get my standing phone. I got this piece of foam down here that I stand on because there's no insulation in the floor. Call it standing foam. What's up, fool? Yeah, it's cold, dude. But that's okay. Like I got nothing to do but set traps, chop firewood, and skin animals. I think so too. Everything I was reading, I think I can skin as long as it's not like an alive animal that I'm making less alive on camera. I can't do that. And then, but if it's already dead, if it's for educational purposes, I can do that because like people do butchering and stuff like that. Yeah, Smurfy. That's my go-to when I go out. Ah, that makes sense. We had an M1 Abrams out there. We had the M1 Abrams. We did some welding on that sucker for some bracket, and then we had like the Crow system, the Inlo system, some other stuff. And I really can't. I'm not supposed to like go into detail about the tests for like nothing was like top secret, but I'm not really supposed to divulge details on all that. But it was very cool. I do need more foam. Critter Getter skins them. Okay. What kind of concert? Man, I'm not a big concert person. It does probably go to Metallica. I don't know, but that's been my favorite since I was a teenager. Um, I don't like concerts so much because I don't like being around that many people at once. Yeah, those waffle, like I go out, I've got the base layer and then I got the waffle, and I have a waffle from Stone Glacier, and it's not nearly as good as this one. I don't know what's different, but they look the same, but this one is way better. Careful, careful. Yeah, I know, man. Like, you got a gap. I do, but we because to make the floor light and easy to pack out here, we used metal trusses, like they're wall studs. So I the only problem with filling the floor or insulating out here is the animals, like the squirrels and the mice will just destroy it unless we put more material under the foam. And so we kind of made the decision to not insulate this because like we carried this whole building up here on our backs. Like we didn't have a four-wheeler, nothing. We packed everything in here with a little wagon. It's only about 120 yards to the river, but it's got to go from the store to a trailer. That trailer has to drive, I think it's 85 miles on a dirt road, plus all the pavement. Then it's got to get carried into a boat. And then from the boat, it's got to be taken 2.5 hours downriver, up a little tiny creek. And if you get stuck, then you got to unload everything, pull it all off. But if you don't get stuck, then it's got to come to the creek, and there's a cut bank. It's got to get packed up the cut bank and then through the woods to where we are. So if we were to insulate this place, the insulation's not that heavy and the vapor barrier, but then you'd have to sheet it with something on the inside. So it was just way more materials than we wanted to deal with when we were first building this. And that's why I'm building a log cabin. That'll be insulated. So the only thing I'll have to pack out is like the roofing tin, the insulation. All the logs are already out here. Oh, thanks, Fool. Yeah, I appreciate that. That was freaking awesome, Wolverine. I didn't skin the Wolverine. It's frozen out there. I got a friend in Fairbanks who's a taxidermist, and I'm gonna maybe take it by there so I don't mess it up because I want to make a rug out of it. If I was just skinning it for trim, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. You don't show skinning because of demonetization. Oh, gotcha. Good night, Dante. Man, I'm way behind. Audrey Adams? Hello, Audrey. Is this Audrey Adams No, this isn't Audrey, the wife of Steve-O. Is it? I gotta catch up. Oh yeah, sorry, I was trying to read all these comments, guys. Do I like video games? I used to play a lot of video games, not a lot maybe, but I used to play like Halo, and Call of Duty back in when I was in high school. That is Audizzle. Nice. Hello. Are the boys watching too? Trapper Michael's been out here. He came out here moose hunting with us one year, or last year. Him and his dad came out and we shot a moose. Michael's first moose. Steve-O woke up in the morning. Him and Michael were calling, and this bull walked out, and Michael got to watch his dad shoot it. It was pretty epic. I got an awesome picture of Michael walking out of he's 9, walking out of the woods, and he's got the moose heart on his back in a game bag. It's pretty sweet picture. Yeah, the tanks, they were crazy. Like, I did get to hear all that. It was pretty cool. What's up, Kicking with Clay? I don't know if they're defenseless, but them moose, they'll stomp you into the ground. But we're shooting those because we eat them. Yeah, Outdoor Boys, that guy's pretty cool. He does all kinds of stuff. I think he even came up to Alaska for a little bit. Yeah, that Wolverine, that was self-defense. I don't know if you guys are tricking me or not about the Wolverine. Yeah, Musa Diaz, what's up? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Well, it was after me. I don't think that one's gonna go yet. That's a marten. I don't have any fox. Trapper Sawyer wants a look. What are we looking at? It's all good. I always think of Patrick Swayze when I talk about Wolverine. I don't find any glass floats. I'm not on the coast, so that's all coastal stuff. I look like Santa. I usually get Yukon Cornelius. Yeah, Hugh Jackman. I guess so. Maybe that's I don't know. I just watched that Red Dawn a lot when I was a kid. It does sound nice, doesn't it? You didn't get a Barrett for Christmas? Oh man! Next time I see Santa, I'll talk to him about it. I've never played World of Warcraft. I know people that have. I've seen it. I mean, I know what it is, but I've never played it. I hear it's pretty addicting. Hi, Pablo. I'm not falling for that one. Shadow boxing moves. I'm good. I'm just trying to get warm here by the fire. Yeah, silent majority. I'll definitely talk to Santa. Dude, popcorn? Fool. Why'd you say that? Now I want popcorn. The last time I did popcorn, I just took a microwave bag of popcorn that Shelby had and I dumped it in a pot because I don't have a microwave. I didn't. No, I didn't. I'm not a. Greetings from hey, Melvin. How's the weather down there in Anchorage? Indonesia, huh? I know some guys that did some mining over there in Indo. I might have a thing of popcorn actually that I was using for bear bait. I might have to make some of that. I'm in Alaska. I'm up by, I guess you're in Alaska too. I'm on the South Fork of the Yukon. I'm between Manly and Tanana. Yep, in Whitehorse. Cool. I've been there once, twice. Not good in Big Lake, huh? Yeah, dude. I'm going to start digging through all these totes here pretty soon looking for that popcorn. Do I know any of the farmers in Tanana? Yeah, I actually live in Delta Junction, so I know a couple of them fellas. Yeah, you can't kill them town bucks, huh? That's a bummer. Pittsburgh. How do I handle the wildlife when they get unruly? We take care of it. Yeah, when Shelby was little, we raised pigs. And I named him, one of them Belle. And she was like, oh, Belle, like the princess. And I said, no, Belle, like dinner bell. And yeah, she wasn't too pleased when we had to butcher him. Well, fool, I guess you owed me one. We're even on the popcorn thing. I want popcorn. She wants a cabin. I'd say we're square. Yeah, grizzly bears. I shot one. I got a grizzly this last spring. I got a couple of black bears too. Which I'm getting kind of hungry, so we're gonna run out to the pantry real quick. Cabin fully stocked with popcorn. Cool. I'm actually, I probably will be down there in Idaho. I go down there and see Hansi once in a while. I don't know. Can you guys see that fire out there? She's still cooking. You guys thought I was going to get through this without dropping my phone, didn't you? So we got, that's moose meat. This is all full of, me and Steve-O made some breakfast, and there's moose in there and all kinds of good stuff. Man, it is not warming up at all. I think that's moose meat. Sometimes being out here, the cameras and all that doesn't really want to cooperate. Something broke. There we go. Yeah, so this is canned moose meat that we took out of the jar. Me and Steve-O vacuum sealed it with his vacuum sealer, and then we just take this and we drop it right in this thing of water. And then these guys here, they're supposed to be ice packs, but I take them and put them in my cooler after they're hot. Katie's cooler. And that way all the stuff inside doesn't freeze, so we don't have a mayonnaise incident. Dude, there's no aliens out there. I promise. What do you mean had? What? He still has a vacuum sealer, right? I don't know about Bering Sea Gold. I don't know anything about it. I do know that, I mean, I know where it's at. I know what they're doing, but I don't know if it's a, oh yeah, it has. Okay. Scared me for a second, Audrey. I thought something happened to the vacuum sealer. But the reason if you guys were on here yesterday, I'm sorry, but I'm pretty obsessed with the mayonnaise. So this is mayonnaise. And if you don't keep that cooler warm, all your stuff freezes. And when mayonnaise freezes, it separates. And it stays separated. Like this is brand new, clean one owner. And it just turns into this nasty paste. I believe that you do believe it, and I mean I'm sure there's aliens somewhere, but if they came to Manly area just to get me, I'd be surprised. They end up hanging in my fur shed with that Wolverine. Fat Cat, welcome back. Arguably the most important tote in the whole shed contains the toilet paper, and that's about all that's in there. Let's get, we're gonna move some stuff around here. I hope Katie doesn't mind me using her chair, sitting in her spot. Did I make my hat out of my beard? No, but that's not a bad idea. Yeah, I'll keep it warm for you. Finally starting to warm up in here. It's almost 40 degrees. Let me look. Yeah, it's 38 degrees in here. And I think the bottom dropped out of it because it's below 20 below now. Queen's throne, yeah. I got it hanging in my shed back there to keep the birds and stuff off of it, but it's, I mean, it's cold out. I do have a chair out there that's got a hole in the middle of the seat. I don't know what happened. It was, probably left out by the fire. Yeah, Kev, I'm in Alaska, kind of out in the middle. Actually got some info for you guys. So I asked my buddy Pete, old Pedro, because he's a pilot. I asked him how long it would take. Well, I texted him and I prefaced all this by, I am not hurt, I am okay, but I have some questions for you. So I said, in an emergency, how long would it take a helicopter to get here? And he said a Black Hawk would take about, oh, now I gotta remember. One of them he said an hour, and one of them he said 40 minutes. From the time I hit my button to the time they'd be here. That's one way. So I'm over an hour, almost 2, depending on what they would send if I hurt myself. So I guess I'm over an hour, almost 2 hours away from the nearest hospital. And I'm out on a creek in Alaska. And it's 25 below, thereabouts. It's kind of hard to tell because uninsulated cabin and the sensor's right on the outside. So what I was noticing is if it's cold in here, I can check the temperature. When I build a fire, that thing, the outside temperature goes up about 8 degrees. God is actually everywhere. Yeah, I mean, it's like if you stay out here long enough, you start seeing things that you would normally just walk right by. You start not seeing things like hallucinating, but you start paying attention to stuff more and looking at nature a little bit differently. It's pretty awesome. And I came from the mine where everything's on a schedule. You get up at the exact same time every day. You go underground at the same time, come out, they blast underground at certain times. So everything's on a schedule. You cannot be late. You can't be late for this kind of stuff. And then I come out here and it takes me a few days to kind of get away from that, to where I'll find myself getting frustrated if something's taking too long or if something's not working out just right. And I got to just tell myself to just chill, because I have all the time. I don't need to be in a hurry out here. Merge into one with nature. Yeah, I mean, hopefully I don't have to donate any body parts to nature while I'm doing this, like fingers and toes and whatnot. I read a book about this Arctic explorer, and he lost his toes to frostbite, and then it got gangrenous when it thawed out, and they ended up cutting his whole leg off. So he was this peg leg explorer. I don't know how his snowshoe would attach, but I'm sure he figured it out. Today I was out your grandma's boyfriend, you read that, was a coal miner. Yeah, coal mining. I work with one guy who came from a coal mine. What am I doing? Today I cut firewood, but I'm out on my trap line. Trying to hang toes. Yeah, he got the idea for the helicopter from, I don't know what tree it is, but they got the little leaves that spin down. Miner with an E, not an O. I've had to explain that to people. Yeah, Starlink, definitely Starlink. I'm assuming you said sick book. Frontiersman. I'll have to actually. I just screenshotted that so I can look at that. Yeah, that's that hard mining life. I'm actually I better not say that I'm underage, because then I'll probably get banned from YouTube. I told the guy at work that I was coming out here and doing this, and I'm gonna move out here for a year. See, my fingers are white. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's warm in here, but my fingers are all white. I'm trying to warm them up, man. I got this like Reynolds or whatever it is. It's kind of a bummer. It'll be like 60 degrees, and these are kind of white, but like my whole fingers are turned white both sides, and I can like not feel them at all. And I don't know, like when I was working underground a lot, like I don't know if it's from the cold or just being wet all the time or what. Yeah, man, I slap them and I work on them, and I like my toes. They don't get like they'll start getting a little cold, and I can work them and warm them up. But what's for dinner? I'm having a musadilla tonight. I'm gonna treat myself. Yakutat? I've been to Yakutat. I'm out in Alaska. Out of like I'm in Alaska, yeah. I'm out on a river. I'm trying to think of a good way to tell people how I'm at, where I'm at, how far away out in the bush I am. Moose is I don't know, it's probably my favorite game meat. Dull sheep's better, but it's not hard. There's no, like, Alaska's one of the least regulated, in my opinion, least regulated states for trapping. Like, all I have to do is buy a trapping license, and then there's, like ethics, like you don't want to trap near a town or, stuff like that. But you can go out anywhere, and there's tons of state land out here, and you can cut trails and all that kind of stuff. And like I know in Idaho, there's areas where if you cut down a tree, you'll get they can write you a ticket. And here they don't care. So you can cut your own trap lines. You can go out, and if somebody else is trapping an area or says they're trapping an area, like the ethical thing to do is not trap in the same area, but you can. Like you could go right down somebody else's trap line and set traps, which is crazy. Nobody does that. That's kind of like only a joker would do that, but no traps in the outhouse. I might have to set some traps out there. You never know. Might get Bigfoot. My water got too hot. Let's check on our dinner here. Just thawing out. Oh yeah. Pretty excited about eating some musadillas. You buy your trap line? Yeah, if it's a old, like, established trap line, which is a lot nicer than what I'm doing, just going out and busting through, it's more productive for sure. But if it's an old established trap line, guys will sell them. I haven't seen Bigfoot today, but he might be by to use the outhouse. All right, NIMBY, that's cool. Yeah, the super old videos are there. I mean, it is what it is. You can watch them. But this kind of part, I don't know. I went about 2 years. I didn't really any videos because I was out here trying to get this place set up. But if you watch the episode 1, 3, those are pretty current, and that's all pertaining to this area. The older videos are just other places and stuff like that. So we started this project, and that's that episode 1, and I'm pretty proud of it. it gives people an idea of where I'm at and what I'm doing. Port Authority, I've never seen it, but I can understand people being resourceful. Like, you got to be out here. What's the point? I have a daughter. She's 20. She moved out. She's going to school, Florida. Married? No. I got Katie's my girlfriend. She's on here. And what's the point? I just love I don't know. This makes me happy. It is a hard life, but it's satisfying. Like a man. That's right, Bacon. Oh, port protection. Gotcha. Yeah, Smurfy's right. That's it. There's no other place I'd rather be than out here. Katie asked me if I wanted to go to Hawaii on vacation, and I said no. I'd rather go out to the cabin. So she's going to Hawaii with her mom. Island time. Yep. You enjoy that warm weather and sunshine, and I'll be here in the dark. Yeah. Should I buy your ticket? Yep. I've been to Hawaii a couple times, and for people that live there, I'm sure they love it. But to me, it's like it's so touristy. It's when I go somewhere, I kind of want to see what like the local people do and things like that. But like when you go to Hawaii, everything's just crammed in your face, and it's I don't know, it's just too touristy for me. I'm guessing it's like when people come to Alaska. I'm assuming that it's real touristy. And when I was looking at doing like a tour guiding thing, it was going to be just taking people out in my boat on rips around and showing them kind of like what we do on the daily. Yeah, I lived I actually grew up on an island in Southeast Alaska, in Hoona. It's on Chichikov Island, and it's awesome. Southeast Alaska is beautiful. It rains a lot, but there's no roads in and out. And if you don't own a boat, like an ocean boat or an airplane, you're stuck. I mean, I think in Hoona there's like 3 miles of road, and then a bunch of logging roads. I gotta look for something real quick. I bought another thermometer that I could put out on a tree out there away from the cabin to get a little more accurate temperature, but I don't know where it's at now. For sure. She'll be fighting off sand fleas, and we're gonna be hopefully hanging some marten and some lynx and stuff. I'm hoping now that I got that wolverine out of that area, there's a lot of lynx in that area too. So I'm really hoping that I can get some lynx now that that wolverine isn't grocery shopping at my lynx sets. And honestly, like, I didn't know exactly what to do, but I had all the snares and everything set around that bait pile. So after I caught that wolverine, I just reset that trap and reset everything, and just to see if the wolves will come in. I'm hoping to hang up an otter. I got a couple traps out there for otter. Versus white. Oh, we're making some heat now. Almost 50 degrees in here. Almost 50. What I really want is catch can? No, I didn't mess around in catch can too much. It was mostly just Huna and Juno. We did my parents and uncles and everything worked for a logging outfit there. And so we did jobs in like Berners Bay, Haynes, Juno, stuff like that. We'd go for a summer and live in those places while they were logging. I've got a couple trail sets out. And then where I've got, like, so I'm breaking all this trail myself, so I'm using the ox bows and everything, but where I cut through the timber, or I go through a bunch of willows, you know, the willows that are like that from this year's growth, then I'll hang snares and everything. Living the good life. Yeah, Max, I'm out here in my cabin. I'm just warming up. We were out cutting firewood and fixing to make some dinner. We're just trying to stay warm. It's 25 below out, and it's 40 degrees, almost 50 degrees in here. So we're just burning firewood, staying warm. Yakutat, I haven't messed around in Yakutat. That's awesome. You got a job in Florida, huh? Civilized. Barricade, what's happening? Sometimes you got to do that, man. It's good that you're doing that. Work. Like for a job, I work at a gold mine on a 2-and-2 schedule, but I just took some time off. I took 2 weeks of vacation, so I have like a little over 6 weeks off. I'm actually not a garden gnome. I get asked that quite a bit. I get the garden gnome. Actually, one of my friends bought me a statue of a garden gnome riding a motorcycle. But I get Gimli, garden gnome, and around Christmas I get a lot of Yukon Cornelius. 4 of them. Mercy. Is your arms tired from whipping on them? Chevy. How much they pay me? I don't want to talk about that, but it's good money. It's hard work, and I mean, you're given 14 hours a day to the company, if not more. So we work 12 hours a day, and then it takes about an hour to get rigged in and rigged out. But so day shift, night shift, 12 hours to 14 hours a day, and then you're living in a camp that's out in the middle of well, not in the middle. It's between Haines and Juneau, but you have to take a boat to get out there. Thank you. I've been working on this. I started growing this beard because I was at the mine. I was pretty lazy. Tastes golden with pickaxe. I have a really good sleeping bag. It's super old, but it's down. And then I've got another sleeping bag inside of that one. And then what I do is I fill up my water bottles. I didn't last night, I should have, but I fill up my water bottles and then I put them in a cooler or I put them in a pot on the stove, so I can have some water in the morning for coffee. And then I take these little packs and I heat them up on the stove and I put them in my coolers to keep some food from freezing. But this morning when I woke up, it was 15 below in here. How'd I come on that job? Hella bands. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about the OF. Let's see. How'd you come about that job? I was working as an electrician out on base and I got laid off, and my cousin heard I was looking for a job and he called me up, and it was kind of what I was looking for at the time. So I wanted to do shift work, like 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. So I just started, and that was 10 years ago. Yeah, some of our favorite tunes that we sing while we're down there is, the hi ho, it's off to work we go. Yeah, Barricade gets it. Yep. Yeah, Bacon. It was kind of nice. He'd been working at the mine for a couple of years, and they had just gotten rid of 7 people, so he called me up and went to work. I didn't go to college and all that like Katie did, so my resume is like paid from the neck down. You would be surprised, the music that gets played. The Yep Nope song by what's that guy's name? I can't remember now, but yeah, you hear all kinds of music down there. What do I do for fun? I'm doing it. That's why you're in flooring? You do you work for a flooring company up there, or you work for a contractor up there? Wood mill in Oregon? I think, oh man, a wood mill, that would be kind of a cool job. It probably smells good. I appreciate that, Barricade. What was in the tin? Duck and butter. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you again. Right now it's just water. I'm trying to. All my water was froze up this morning, so. But we're fixing to. We might switch over to some Pendleton here in a minute. Actually, there was a guy who said when I had that frozen Pendleton, he wanted me to try E40. Thank you. He wanted me to try. What did he say I needed to try? Oh, Jägermeister. So I brought some Jägermeister. He said it tastes best at 17 below. So we're going to put that outside for a minute. Never leave the house without the strap. We're going to put this outside for a minute. I kind of felt bad last night because, what's up, Tim? Like, I was drinking some beer on here and whatnot, and then there was some kid on there that was like 12. So, I don't know, I should probably cool it with that. What up, Tim? Yeah, tighten up. Black licorice. Yes, it does. I'm thinking about making some more of that chaga tea, though. That stuff was pretty good. Monster, I would say if I drank Jägermeister and Monster Energy drink, that's, I would call that autopilot. Because at some point, yeah, we're not going to remember stuff. Did I build my box? Did you build box? I don't understand that question, Ken. Yeah, it does have lots of health benefits. Yeah, no guns. Did I? No, I didn't fart. Most of the farts in here happen when Katie's here. Bro, enough of that. Yeah, I mean, if you can get those suckers to send me stuff, I'll try it out. But I definitely wouldn't do anything where I'd want to be influenced. Where I'm not gonna show a product that I don't think is worth a shit. All right, Katie, have a good night. Gotta work tomorrow. keep putting that corn up there, man, I'm going to have to start digging for some popcorn. Why isn't my structure insulated? We talked about this earlier. It's because I'm so far out here, and it was so hard to get all the materials out that we just didn't insulate it. And I'm building a log cabin that'll be insulated. This was just kind of a temporary place to put all our stuff so the bears wouldn't eat it. Vodka, I mean, I've been known to have a little vodka. It's not my first choice. 15 degrees Celsius? I don't know, man. It's America. We're still fighting with the Fahrenheit. Let's see. I would say that it's closer to 32 below centigrade. Yes, John. About Crown Royal. Crown Royal. I've had a bit of that once in a while. I don't like the flavored stuff though. But yeah, like in Delta, when I was 18, I bought 20 acres of land. Well, the bank bought it, and then I paid the bank back, but I got like 26 acres in Delta, which isn't very much in Delta. Like people have a lot. Jim Beam, I'll get down with some Jim Beam. That's goes great with PBR. But Jim Beam is, I've got a little bottle of emergency whiskey in my boat in case things go south and I get stuck on the bank somewhere, and it's a bottle of Jim Beam. Uncle Daniel's. I got this little bottle. I brought this little bottle of JD out. So that I could put it outside when it gets really cold and see what temperatures it freezes at, but it hasn't been that cold. Yeah, I'm the same with Jameson. Me and JMO are not on speaking terms. What's up, Snap? Hot toddies are pretty awesome. Yeah, I would assume, I gotta look and see what percentage. It's 100 proof. So when I had the Pendleton froze, I think it was 43 below. I put Pendleton outside. It froze, but the Knob Creek did not freeze. And Knob Creek's 100 proof, so I assume Jack Daniel's gonna need, I don't know, 50 below, but I think time too, like if it's only 40 below for a night, may not be enough time to dissipate Who knows? That is minty. Butter. Yeah. You guys, this is like, I was looking through some old videos yesterday, and one of them was me and Shelby chilling out moose hunting, and I was making moosadillas. This is kind of my go-to. We're doing big ones too. Oh, that water is hot. Let's see. We'll fish this out with the Leatherman. So to save freezer space, and because it tastes great when you do it like this, but I'll take moose meat and I'll pressure cook it, or can it. So it's like 70 minutes at, I can't remember how many PSI, but these must be them 5 mil bags. But the jars take up, well, the jars don't travel well behind the snow machine, so we vacuum sealed them up. Steve-O did with his vacuum sealer. I don't know if you guys know, but Steve-O's got a vacuum sealer. Hey-o. Oh, that Martin's gonna smell good. But then you end up with these, like, almost like pulled pork, the super tender meat. But I like doing it like that, and then in the summertime I bring a bunch of those jars out here, and I don't have to worry about refrigeration because it's kind of tough to keep stuff out here in the summer. I don't have a root cellar just yet. $32 below. Yeah, I felt it was getting colder. You want yours crispy? All right, I'll see what I can do. Good night, John. Thanks for watching, huh? Meet up at the 4th of July card. Yeah, down in Sutton. I think it's Sutton. Murphy, yeah, you got to get you some of that. Go out there and get you some of that moose, or go get you a deer. Prop strike. Grabbed some. Missed the pan on one. That's okay. Got a little bit on the stove, guys. It's gonna smell like burnt moose meat in here now. That's not a bad thing, is it? I think that firewood we cut earlier is primo. This stuff's ripping. Oh, yeah, the fan? All right. So there's a little electric motor in here. I looked it up one time to see how they work, but basically there's a little electric motor that runs off the difference in temperature between the base and the top. And the top's all spread out. And it's made out of a different material. I think it's aluminum. And then the base is made out of something else. The difference in temperature creates electricity and makes this little electric motor run. And it's good. Like I looked it up, and like it's very viable on a small scale, but when you scale it up to a larger scale, then it doesn't work. Like I don't know if it's a torque thing or what, but yeah, they make them for you can put them on your stack too, and I think I'm gonna get one of those just because I like to have this thing takes up some real estate. But if I take this off and just hang it up, it'll cool off. Like it'll cool off, and that fan will stop working. But they're pretty nice for moving some heat around the cabin, that's for sure. Yeah, they're great. I've got one that I put in my Arctic oven tent. The only issue with them is they're kind of sensitive. So I had to fix that one once, but you don't want to abuse them, like knock them off the stove onto the ground. They're not super sturdy. And then if the blades get bent, they start like this one's, the blades are kind of bent, so you can see that thing shaking around, and it makes a pretty annoying noise. So you got to kind of mess with them, but does taste like licorice. It's been a while. Yeah, every day. That's what's up. Yeah, I got a couple marten here. I got one more on the board. Yeah, one more here. And then I got this one I'm gonna skin later tonight. I try to, if I'm gonna do skinning, I try to eat dinner first because I don't know, I get that stuff all over my hands and it's just easier. Yeah. It's fun. I think the main thing I like about it is going and exploring new areas. And then if you're just out cruising around, that's one thing. But when I cruise around, I'm always looking at tracks, always looking at like what came through. You're looking at the difference between tracks that are just like a one-off track, or if that's a normal travel route for the animals. You just look, I don't know, for me, when I'm trapping, I look at things a lot differently. So I pay way more attention. I guess not all the time. I'm not only when I'm trapping, I do that all the time, but I think I do it more when I'm trapping. You're always looking for sign, always, I don't know. I drive really slow on my snow machine because I'm always just looking at the ground. I do that when I drive my truck too. People sometimes say I have a hard time staying in my lane when I'm on the highway. Yeah, exactly. When you hunt, like when I'm cruising down the road, I'm always looking for animals, looking not just because I might hit them, but seeing stuff. Always hunting. I think this bad boy is almost done. It's almost like a pizza. I don't have a very big kitchen in here. We'll try to be civilized and we'll cut it. Yeah, look at that. I know somebody's gonna ask, so. We got the secret hot sauce. I don't know if Audrey and Steve-O are still on there, but I got one of these. I found it rolling around underneath the back seat of my truck. It's good. It is good. I haven't even tried it, but I know it's good. Plus, I got all the stuff out here to make tortillas. So when I run out of the store-bought stuff, I can... Maybe we'll start a cooking show where I make bannock and bread and tortillas. I know, fool. But this is what we got. Musadillas, man. I'm going to try to find that popcorn, though. So next time we're on, we might be eating that. It's pretty good, dude. Are you going to be out at work on the 15th of February? Dude, come on up. But if you're going to be at work on the 15th, I'm coming in for a day. I'll bring you. Oh, you don't think so? I was going to say I'll bring you a package of moose meat. Martha Stewart. We talked South Pod. Oh, bummer. Maybe they got that freezer down in the shop. Maybe I'll put you some down there with your name on it. So Steve-O is a real cook, and he wants to do, like we had talked about him doing some outdoor style cooking on the channel, but like I think making videos of it wouldn't maybe not do that well, but doing them live would be pretty sweet. Yeah, maybe I'll write that it's like I'll write like muskrat meat, and I'll put your name on it. If I write moose on it, somebody will probably steal it. If I write muskrat, maybe not. Yeah, dude, I'll bring some moose down there, because that might be the last time I'm there. Just FYI. Martin meat. Yeah, I'll write that on there. Tastes good with beard hair too. Rat. Yeah, there's a community fridge down there. What's up, Kicking with Clay? Jeremy, what's happening? I feel like my lives are turning into me cooking food and eating them eating it, but that's the easiest time for me to, I'm busy all day. So that's the easiest time for me to sit down here and look at my phone. Mr. Chow so cold. Let's go, Fish Army. Tickets are cheap, bud. They fly up here every day, too. Where you at, Fish Army? Yeah, they are cheap right now. Yeah, like July. It's insane. The tickets, the price, well, because we fly, like, Fool and I fly every 2 weeks. We fly to Juneau. He flies from out of state. I fly from in-state to Juneau. And his plane tickets, I'm comparing it to my other buddy who lives down there. Their tickets are the same price for me to fly from Fairbanks as it is for them to fly out of Spokane or Seattle. Like, it's crazy. And it's just because it's Juneau. Like, Juneau's expensive to get into. I can buy a ticket from Fairbanks to Orlando, Florida for cheaper. Professional YouTuber. For cheaper, from Fairbanks to Orlando is cheaper than, maybe not all the time, but than Fairbanks to Juneau. Egg wraps, that sounds delicious. Eggs are tough to keep out here. I think I got like 6 eggs left, and I've been babying those things. I was worried the other night when I went and stayed out upriver that my eggs were gonna freeze when I got back, but luckily it was warm enough. They just explode. I mean, you can still eat them, but me and Steve-O, I brought like 2 18 racks of eggs over to his house. We scrambled them all up, put cheese in them, then added some moose sausage. And then we, of course, vacuum sealed them. And now I can just throw them in a pot of water and make some breakfast stuff. But yeah, eggs are golden for sure. Yeah. I think it'd be pretty tough to keep them warm out here for sure. And the owls and the hawks and the... Yeah, that's what I do. Scramble them, freeze. But the owls, the hawks, the martins, pretty much the bears, everything will try to kill a chicken out here. Because I really thought about bringing some out here, but I think it'd be a full-time job trying to keep them alive. What's up, Strange? From Greece, huh? Badass. Wolverines, for sure. Oh, could you imagine a wolverine getting in a chicken coop? Clay, you got any popcorn around? Because I'll trade you. Nothing wrong with a midnight snack. Yeah, I think we went over this the other day. I paid $8 for a dozen of eggs. There's a co-op where you can buy grain and all that kind of stuff in Delta. You can go buy farm fresh eggs there, which is what I try to do. But Fish Army. So I got a buddy, which I agree with you. If you build a fortress, a chicken fortress, I got a buddy that lives in Delta, kind of just a little bit out of town on that. Buddy Steve-O was going over there and feeding his chickens and keeping an eye on his house. And a marten got in there and killed all his chickens. Yeah, yeah, exactly, fool. So that marten got in there and just killed them all. So his 9-year-old and 7-year-old, we went out there and put a trap line out, and they've gotten, I think, 4 marten last time I checked out of that area. We don't have any more chickens, but we got some marten. I got a bear that comes in here, and for whatever reason, he doesn't mess with anything. Well, for a while, he wasn't messing with anything. He'd just walk through. He'd tip over my burn barrel, which I keep a burn barrel for burning, trash and food garbage, which is why he's messing with it. But he just tips it over, doesn't dig it all out or nothing, tips it over and leaves. And then I had a bear tear into my little carport, and he just like lifted up the Velcro. He didn't tear through it. You could see the bite marks in the window flap. Tore that, like lifted it up, and then tore the bug screen inside of there. It looked like he just poked his head in and then left. And then I had another one while I was out here. Yeah, sorry, dude. That beard likes to hold the hold the grub. I had another one. One day I got up, fired up the generator, and I had my Starlink across the river because I didn't cut the trees down that I have now. Anyway, I got up and looked over there, and my Starlink was flipped over. All my shit was just scattered everywhere. And so I went over there, and there was a little bear that had went through there and chewed on some of my goodies. Luckily, he didn't chew on the satellite, but... You cut your beard off, huh? I'm on a generator right now. I have, in the summertime, I use a bunch of solar because it doesn't get dark at all. But in the winter, the stuff that I've tried to keep, like I got a little battery tender that runs off solar, but it's just not light. Even my little lights that I have that are solar, they'll kind of come on, but there's just not enough daylight for it. $15 chickens to a bobcat. Hello from Portugal. Yeah, it's getting light at well, now it's a little better, but I think the sun, they're saying sunsets at 3:30. But it's light. I mean, you can especially if it's clear and the moon's out, you can see till about 5. No, I don't have an OnlyFans. Hello, TNN Photography. How you doing? But Fool brings up a point. So if you, like the way I set this cabin up and this area is, I'm doing good. Just getting some food in my belly. The way I set this place up is basically summertime operations and wintertime operations. So in the summertime, I have a little freezer. Anytime the generator's running, that freezer's running just to make ice. And then we put it in coolers, try to keep our food from spoiling. I will dig a root cellar for that. But, oh, you been in Chitna? Cool. Chitna's a good spot. I like Chitna. And then you're doing more solar. You have a well out here. And then we cook outside. Everything's just a little bit different setup in the summer. And then in the wintertime, we're running the generator more. I bring a lot of frozen up here. Like you shop in a completely different area in the store. You go to the frozen food section, get a bunch of stuff from there. Anything that can't freeze, you don't bring up here. I mean, eggs, some mayonnaise, but really got to baby that stuff. So what we try, it's just a completely different operation in the wintertime. Some of it's easier in the winter, and some of it's easier in the summer. Oh, you didn't miss much, Barricade. Still eating my quesadilla. You going fish dip netting the copper in March? Katie's my girlfriend. Total Tech, last we checked, it was 32 below. Outside, and just about 50 degrees in here. It is pretty, like, living completely off the land would be pretty tough. Like Alaska, like, it is cool. I try to supplement as much as I can off the land, but the game, I think it's because there's so much land that's uninhabited. The game spreads way out, so it's pretty tough. If you were on like a high rabbit year, you could probably do it. And if you were somewhere where there's lots of fish in the creek, but like the creek I'm in, you can't catch grayling. There's some whitefish, but they don't bite. You got to spear them or catch them with a net. You go down a couple miles downriver, there's pike and sheefish and stuff, but 48 degrees. But if you were gonna do it, you'd want to shoot a moose, or you shoot bear in the spring. Shoot a moose. If you were in caribou country, you'd try to get one of those. Oh, you go guiding up there, huh? That's cool. Man, that fire's still ripping out by the river, but last time I was out there, my phone froze, so. Block heater, yeah, I've got a battery heater, block heater, oil pan heater. I don't have I drive a manual, I don't have a transmission heater. Thanks, Kings. Fiber optic splicer, man, you gotta have a lot of patience for that. You got 4 fish wheels up there? Vacation in Washington, huh? You must be visiting family. What kind of tires on my truck? I think I have, they're Toyo Open Country. They're big ones. They're like, well, not huge. They're 37 inch by 12 and a half. And I got 6-inch lift on my truck. It's a crew cab long bed. So it's not because I mean, it does look cool, but it's not because it looks cool. It's because I drive out to places like this where they don't plow the road. And sometimes I'm busting through a 3-foot snow berm just to get out here. So, and then in the summertime, when people are launching their boats, I'll pull up and there's guys sitting there. They've just driven all the way from Fairbanks, and they can't launch their boats. They'll get stuck because it's just a dirt ramp that gets washed out. So I can back up and launch my boat and be on my way. So it's useful. Oklahoma. Well, I don't know about all that. I think I might have told you. I was telling somebody on here the other night. My dad lived in Oklahoma for a while. Ford Smurfy. I'll tell you what. Right now, my first truck was a '79 F-250. My second rig was a Jeep 81 CJ7. My third rig was a '94 7.3. My fourth was so I've had a '94, '95, '97, and now I own a '92 7.3. Great trucks. Right now I have a Cummins with a manual transmission because that's the only truck I could find when I was looking for trucks with a crew cab long bed and a manual transmission that came in a diesel. And I will say that Cummins starts a lot better in the cold than my 7.3. 88 Ford F-150 regular cab. Yep, that's a great truck. Those are cool trucks. I really like the body style on the 80s models. Anything after, I think 01 or late 90s, they kind of had that weird, I don't know. I don't really like those 7.3s, the body styles, not the 90s, not my favorite. But the late 90s. Manual trans, yeah, it is rare. You got it in Ruby? You got a pickup out in Ruby? Man, that's awesome. I want to go to Ruby bad. I want to go check out that part of the Yukon. Mosquitoes? 0 mosquitoes right now. On a scale of 1 to 1,000, 0. It's way too cold for that. In the summertime, they're insane. They'll carry you away. I've been inducted. Oh, I appreciate that. Toyota, yeah. Toyotas are tough. The old ones. Too much plastic. I agree. It's way too much plastic. A Tundra. My mom had a Tundra. She had a Subaru at one point too. You got the Silverado, huh? I think those Chevy Silverados do good up here. Like, they do good in the cold. They start their pickup. Like the gassers, I don't know. I'm a diesel. I don't know why. I got a 16-foot dump trailer that I haul dirt and trees and stuff around for people. So I like having a little bit more torque. Yeah, 7.3s were good. They're so gutless, but I don't know. Mine, they run forever. The one I got, the 92 I got, sat for 7 years. 7 years that truck sat. I backed it into my shop, put new batteries in it, and it fired up. I was so surprised. I didn't do anything with the fuel or nothing. Fish Army, someday you'll have a car. And maybe it'll be a Subaru. Maybe it'll be a Toyota Tundra. It doesn't matter. Your first rig, it's good it'll be good. Bacon, you got my sister's first truck was a 4-banger. Yeah, those old Toyotas are pretty tough, man. "3D, hello. How you doing?" That's a good one, Slasher. Am I homeless? No, I have a home in. I'm right here. No, I've got a home in Delta Junction, but this is my trapping cabin. I probably look homeless, but that's okay. USA all the way. Maybe. I'm pretty bad about. I watched. I don't know. I watched some videos, but I don't. Most of my time is spent like working around here at home, or let's put it this way. I don't watch a lot of YouTube unless I'm trying to fix my truck or something. I'll check him out. Narrowway Homesteader. I've seen Outdoor Boys, yes. And if you're 13, wait, is it your birthday today? Were you on here the other day? I thought Friday was your birthday. But yeah, I've seen Outdoor Boys. They are, yeah, it's a sundial. Doesn't work too good this time of year, the old sundial. Outdoor Boys is a really cool channel, very educational. That guy's pretty awesome, and he spends a lot of time with his kids. Hey, 3D, if you subbed, put a comment on one of my shorts or something, or one of my long form videos, and I'll subscribe back. Thanks for watching, though. Thank you, Woodsman. That was, man, that made my whole season, catching that Wolverine. Your birthday's on Friday, you said, I think. Or is that a different kid that was on here? Now, Buck and Billy Ray, I watched some of his stuff. He's pretty awesome. He's just got a great attitude. Well, thank you, Slasher. I've been doing this for 4 years now, and I'm trying to kind of up my game as far as video quality and the projects we're doing, and starting to do these lives, which I'm enjoying way more than I thought I was going to. YouTube doesn't have a DM section to talk to people, and that was one of my biggest complaints, was like, I want to talk to the people that are watching my videos. What's up, Cracker? Cotton Fields of America. Stand up and buck. He deadly. It's deadly. I love it when he says that. Yeah, Fish Army. We apparently have wolverines right in my backyard, because I caught one about 2 miles away from here. Yeah, Matthew, we're not doing religion stuff on here. We try to stay away from politics, too. No, Fish Army, if or any of you guys on here, if you want to go see some really cool trapping videos, and some, like, this guy lives out in Alaska in a village, it's pretty freaking awesome. He does moose hunting and stuff too, but I watch a lot of his trapping videos. Is Igmatic Guichin. Like, that guy, he's doing a great job on his YouTube. It's kind of hard to spell, but if you find it, follow it. It's pretty cool. Have I ever hunted bear? Yeah, I hunt bears every year. I've got a couple, got one on the end of my bed. I got one I'm making a bear rug out of. I shot a grizzly last year and 3 black bears. Yes, Bacon, you got it, bud. Igmatic Gwich'in. And Gwich'in is like the, I don't know if I'm even saying that right, but that's like the tribe name. I mean, you can troll me if you want. I got Trapper Scott. He'll bounce you out of here. No, I don't mind it. I think, like, I work in a gold mine. So for about 2 weeks, there's not a single nice word said between the 20 guys that I work with. So, I mean, and we building, we all shower in a big gang shower. We eat together. We like, it's, I wouldn't say it's like anything like the military where people are shooting at you, but it's like that kind of same brotherhood, where there's so much hazing and it's great. I love it. There was actually a guy at our mine whose name was Jesus. It was Jesus, and his brass tag said Jesus on it. It was great. It was hard to recognize him without his robes, though. Kendall Gray doesn't ring a bell. Yeah, they're Athabascans. Yep, Gwich'in. The grizzlies are like, you'll see black bears running up and down the river. The one my buddy shot last year, it was like chasing us down the river on this. There was a cut bank, and this thing was just booking it, just snapping its teeth and growling. And he turned and shot it. But the grizzlies, you don't see them as much. They're not as I won't say aggressive, but they're more reclusive. Like if they smell people or anything, they're out. They're gone. But I got this grizzly bear. His head is like this big around. I got him on a game cam standing next to a 55-gallon drum. And his belly is the size of that 55-gallon drum. He's huge. I'm going to try to shoot him this summer. I mean, spring, I guess. You killed a tiger? That's pretty cool. I don't look for gold. I work at a gold mine, but what we do is we have these engineered plans and we drill these holes like 60 feet long. We load them with explosives and blow them up, and then we send all that rock to the mill. It's not like the gold mining you see on TV, like placer mining and stuff, where you're actually like looking for the gold. It's mostly microscopic gold. I did say it right. Right on. Koyukon. Man, that's cool country up there too. Bacon, you got it all figured out, man. I get I love being out in those villages, but it takes people a little time to warm up to me sometimes. Oh, your grandsons are from Tanana? That's badass. Maybe we'll take a ride down there and say hi. It's about 32 below right now. I had to make gummy bears. I've been known to eat a couple gummy bears. I haven't seen any Bigfoot, but Smurfy swears they're out here. Hunter Woodsman, I used an Alaska #9 foothold. It actually got hung up in. I had it set for wolves, but we got her. There's on my shorts. There's a little. I think the last one I put out. There's a video of me walking up to it. Yeah, Slasher, that is correct. Sean Course, man, I was hoping you'd show up, Sean. Good to see you. Good to, well, not see you, but I'm glad you're on here. Um, yeah, that's awesome. So I got Jim Pender came by the other day, Duck and Butter. Now Sean Corshall, and I'm waiting for Tim. Uh, these guys have all been following the channel since I started, and they've commented on all the videos and been super supportive. And sometimes when I feel like not making videos and I feel like kind of giving up or setting it aside, you know, those guys keep me going. So I really appreciate all your comments and everything over the years, Sean. I even told Katie the other day, the first time when Jim Pender got on, she texted me and was like, "Hey, Jim Pender's on," because I talk about the four of you guys being on here on the channel and how much, you know, what you've said over the years has kind of kept me going. All right, Slasher, I appreciate the sub. I appreciate that for sure. What's my favorite thing about Alaska? I would say probably how I would say like how much land there is and how little population there is. Uh, you can there's so much freedom. I lived in Idaho, northern Idaho, which is beautiful, beautiful country. I lived there for about 8 months with my buddy Hansi, and like Idaho's not that densely populated, and it just felt like there was so many people around me all the time. Um, and those guys that go out that live there kind of, you know, they know all the spots where people aren't going to be, but still it just seemed like there's a lot of rules and a lot of people, and Alaska just has a lot less of all of that. So I mean, I don't have an I think my nearest neighbor is the town up here, and it's almost 40 miles away. Yeah, I'm warming up. I got some food in me. Fish Army, I don't live stream it every day. It kind of depends on what I'm doing. A lot of times I'm out trapping all day and I'm kind of wore out. I don't start the generator every day. In the wintertime, I start the generator more often. So I just kind of fire these up and start talking to people. And if it's not super, you know, people are busy or have other stuff going on, then I'll work on my other projects, but I don't have like a scheduled time. I think if I think the only way I think if you put the notification bell on, it'll send you a notification that I'm live. I'm not sure how all that works. You personally know Bigfoot? Yeah, 4 p.m. Yeah, that's I try to do it right, I try to do it right before dark because I want you guys to be able to see some stuff. I guess I never really looked at the time, but uh, I'm during it's the little right before dark, and I try to give you guys a shot of out before the sun really. All right, Malone, I appreciate that. Chicago, huh? Dang. This channel is about like so I'm out in Alaska, out in the kind of the middle of nowhere, and I'm out in my trapping cabin right now. It's an uninsulated cabin, and it's 32 below zero, and I'm out here living off grid, loving it. I I do I do that, but Kings, it's only daylight for a couple hours, and the sun is actually only up and pointed my direction for just maybe 5 hours, and it's not enough. In the summertime, it's daylight all the time, but to get any real use out of that solar, I mean, I've got some lights with solar panels like that big, and those lights will only stay on for like an hour after the sun goes down. So in the winter, it's generator. In the summer, we're doing solar. Thanks, Sean. Sean, if you get up here, get a hold of me, man. I do have a nice sleeping bag. Roman, I don't know, man. I kind of grew up out in Alaska, and this is just kind of normal. Maybe not the uninsulated cabin, but the harder stuff you do, the worse conditions you put yourself through, the easier it gets. The other day I slept out underneath a tree because it was 37 degrees. Appreciate it, Malone. I'm trying to stay warm. Speaking of which, I gotta build this fire up. It gets cold fast in here when I don't have this sucker roaring. Appreciate that, Roman. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up here. Oh, is that the guy that asked me if I was gay? Yeah, we're not doing that stuff on here, man. I don't know who Zach Fuller is. Ryan, by the way. Yeah, dead serious, Sean. Definitely. Hello from Germany. I mean, you might have to just make a special trip up here. I thought to like get the four of you together up here and go on a fishing trip or something, but the logistics of that is, he must be tough, or it must be kind of tough to like figure all that stuff out, but I don't know, maybe someday. Oh, he was on Alone. I've only watched like one season of Alone. Scott Brown, we just finished eating some dinner. We were cutting some firewood today. Just trying to get warm. It's 32 below outside, and I'm in my uninsulated cabin. Oh, he's in Canada. Okay. Fourth Kind, I have not. I tell you what movie I have seen, Jeremiah Johnson. It's one of my favorite movies. Have you seen Jeremiah Johnson? I'm finding that more and more people that I run into have not seen that movie. Mostly people in my generation have, but. Yeah, Scott. Yesterday, I caught my first Wolverine. We're out here on a trap line. We skinned some martins the other day, and we're just kind of doing our thing. We're out, really out in the middle of nowhere. So, oh, you guys like the fire, huh? The mountain has her ways, Pilgrim. It's funny, my buddy that lives upriver, my buddy that lives upriver, every time he messages me or anytime we talk, he always calls me Pilgrim. How you doing, Pilgrim? What's up, Alexander? And then when we part ways, we always tell each other, you know, watch your top knot. Yeah, this sound, it's awesome when you hear it when you're sleeping, but when you wake up at 2 in the morning and you don't hear it, that's a total bummer. About maybe like 3 in the morning, I gotta pull my sleeping bag up over my head because my nose is so cold. Yeah, we got fire going here. She's ripping. Dances with Wolves is an epic movie. I love that movie. I think that was my mom's favorite movie when I was a kid. LA has the same sound. Too soon, Tim. Too soon. If you guys not burning down buildings or wrecking people's homes, go watch episode 1 on my long form videos. Huge forest fire on there, and I got some sweet drone shots of it. It was pretty awesome. I mean. Mother McCarthy. Yeah. Mother Drew never raised such a foolish child. I don't make mead in my basement, but I mean, I've had some mead. Pretty good. Barricade. It's not that bad. Just you got to go with the good sleeping bag. Fish Army, I think you're talking about Paul Bunyan. And you know what? I've been called Paul Bunyan before. I appreciate that because I came from a logging family. Yeah, right, Smurfy? That was a little too soon. Poncho, ginger, yeah. Ginger beard. My hair's not, you know. I got brown hair, so I'm not fully ginger. Thanks, Wagner. Appreciate that. I am doing my best to stay warm. It's 32 below out, and every time this fire stops crackling, it gets cold in here. Food in New Orleans is a little watered down. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, there's a Walmart here, right here. No, I'm just kidding. We don't have a Walmart in. I think I'm a couple hundred miles away from the nearest Walmart. There's one in Fairbanks. Yeah, 250 miles away. Trapper Scotty knows the land. Yeah, pretty much. Right next to the wall. So you got like Home Depot, Walmart, Lowe's, Sportsman's, Barnes and Noble. There's a couple. It's a big like shopping center up there. I try to stay out of that as much as I can, but when I'm going through Fairbanks, it's not like I'm gonna wait around for the rest of the stores to open. So if Walmart's the only place open, that's where I go. But I usually will try to go to Fred's if I can. Being in Barnes and Noble, yeah. Yep, still got it. Yeah, I'm just right in my backyard there in a shed. Wisconsin. You know, one of my best friends growing up was from Wisconsin. I don't know what town, but he was, yeah, he had a good accent. The weather's been pretty warm, really. We had like 43 below, and right now it's about 32 below. But the other day it warmed up to 37 below, or 37 above, excuse me. So we went out and slept under a tree that night, but had a little bit. And we're supposed to have another heat wave this weekend. It's supposed to warm up to like 24 degrees. So if you go on vacation, where? Alaska? That's where I go on my vacations. I go out right here. All right, Barricade. Have a good night. 21 in Nashville. My buddy's down there just south of Nashville. Lawrence, Tennessee. Is that right? Yeah, I don't mind the cold. Like when it was 37 degrees, everything that I had was soaking wet. I like 20 above is perfect temperature for going out and working all day out on the trap line and everything, because the snow's still kind of dry. It doesn't wick up into your clothes, and it's not so warm that you're getting too hot during the day. Oh, you mean what town or city? I'm pretty partial to the interior, but Fat Cat, that's pretty warm, dude. So in Alaska, what I tell people that want a vacation to Alaska, this is what I tell everybody, is you fly into Anchorage, rent a car, drive the Denali Highway, go up to Fairbanks, circle around a delta. Most of the time I'm trying to talk people into coming by my house for a boat ride. And then from Delta, you can drive south and it connects you back to Anchorage. And that is a really nice loop. You'll see most of the interior. And from Anchorage, you can drive south and you can hit Seward and Homer and all that. If you go to a place like Juneau, you fly into one spot and you're kind of stuck there. A tour of Southeast Alaska would be kind of cool, like on the ferry, or you're getting on and off the ferry boat. But the weather's so, like, you can see the same kind of trees and everything in Juneau that you can in Washington. Like, it's the same kind of zone. So if you want to see like the boreal forest or the Arctic, you rent a car in Anchorage, or fly right into Fairbanks, rent a car, and drive straight north. Alaska's so big, it's like trying to ask what state would be the best to see if you're going to America. Like, that's the best way I can put it. You just stay in Anchorage? Yeah, I'm not a big, like, I don't mess around in Anchorage too much. That's, I've been down there a few times, but I lived there for a couple months while I was working at the mine. But I like it where it's colder, where when it's cold, and I don't have to worry about getting rained on all the time. Tennessee is the best state. Dude, I went to Tennessee in the wintertime, and actually I went to Tennessee twice. I went in the winter and I went kind of in the summer. I rode through on my bike, and it is pretty down there. Like, you get back in all them windy roads, and then there's like a barn thing with a windmill on it like you'd see in a postcard. It's beautiful down there. And then, yeah, went to Nashville. That was too many people, but it was cool to see all the live music and stuff. Thanks, Scotty. Florida's full. Nobody go to Florida. I like parts of Florida. There's some good old boys out there, for sure. I went down there in August one time because my daughter's birthday is in August, so I ripped down there. And August in Alaska is like fall. August in Florida is not fall. It is, holy crap, it's way too hot. Yeah, definitely do it in the spring and summer. You were stationed at ADAC? I know, I mean, I don't know if the spelling's right, but I know what you're talking about. ADAC is, were you in the Coast Guard? Skankeridge, yeah, for sure. Anchorage is the Spokane of Alaska. All right, Fish Army, have a good one. They just don't know it yet. Yeah, for sure. Texas, I rode through Texas on my bike. It was a long haul. Like, Texas is big. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. All right. My good friend Joe, I worked with him for about 8 years. He was a Marine, is a Marine, and his big brother, Marine, dad, Marine. And when I bought my truck, he rode with me. He rode down from Alabama, and I rode up from Florida, and we met in Louisiana. That was crazy. But anyway, we rode up to Austin, and that's where I bought my truck. We put my bike in the back of my truck, and then he left his bike at the Harley shop, and me and him we drove from there up to Troy, Montana, and then cut across over into Idaho to see my buddy Hansi, and then to Seattle. During that trip was Chesty Puller's birthday, the Marine Corps birthday, and he obviously wasn't allowed to drive that day at all because he was celebrating from the time he woke up to the time he went to bed. And every car we drove by that had a Marine Corps or a Eagle Globe and Anchor sticker on it, he would growl or bark or make some sort of noise. But yeah, I bought my bike when I started the mine, so I was on a 2-in-1 at the time, but I would just I didn't go home when I started the mine. I didn't even go back to my house. My buddy Steve-O and his wife Audrey were living in it because I wasn't coming home. I didn't go home for like 2 years. I just would get on my bike and, as they say in that one song, get on my bike and ride. But yeah, I'd go all over the place, and I just wanted to go see. I've been in Delta or Southeast Alaska and Hoona my whole life, and I wanted to go see the U.S. So I just would leave my bike in a storage unit or at a Harley shop, and I'd fly in, pick up my bike, and just go ride. And so, like I said, I rode from Seattle to Florida. I bought my bike in the northernmost Harley shop, and I rode it to the southernmost Harley shop. I'm not a huge Harley fanboy, but I mean I have one. I don't own anything that says Harley on it, but man, I just like to ride. And all the old stories of them guys out there on the iron horses just going, I thought that stuff's pretty cool. So, and a lot of times I would just sleep next to my bike on the ground, or I had a little tiny sleeping bag and a tarp. But In a suit? Damn. I don't, the Outdoor Boys are not, they're not from Alaska. I think they spent some time up here, or maybe he moved up here, but I want to say he's from Maine or something like that. Kicking with clay, that, no, not, I mean, I appreciate that, but I'm just a guy that likes to go out in the woods. Yeah, northernmost outpost. Harley, they actually they've got their own shop now because Tanana Trading Post. Remember Tanana Trading Post, and then they bought out the Polaire shop there in Delta. They ended up buying the Trading Post, and Harley didn't want to do business with them, so they built their own store there, kind of over by Compos. Yeah, why were you wearing a suit? Like a suit and tie, or like a Tyvek suit? Oh boy. Better be a good joke, otherwise Scotty or Smurfy's gonna bounce you. Oh, convention, gotcha. Oh man, that's a bummer. I've been to a couple conventions in, I don't know if you guys have heard of it. There's this place in Nevada called Las Vegas, but I used to do concrete, and I went to a concrete convention down there, and man, there's a lot of cool stuff, but it was hot. What's going on with the pipeline? I have no idea. I don't get it, but whatever. I don't do merch. I thought about, what's up, Digger? I was gonna, I have some Alaska Primal hats, so I don't know if you know this, but this channel used to be called Alaska Primal, and I had some Alaska Primal hats. You'll see Steve-O wearing one. I've got one, a couple people, but we never sold them or anything. But I changed the channel name to In the Trough, because my grandpa wrote an autobiography, and that's what he called it. So I was thinking about doing something, but I haven't yet. Maybe I'll sell Wolverine hats that say In the Trough on it. But at some point I will make some shirts or some hats or something. It'd be cool to get those out to you guys. And one of the problems, like, I was trying to make merch that I could like do a giveaway and all that, but if you look at the rules about doing giveaways, that I got to read into it some more. But I'm definitely, if I do make merch, we're gonna do some giveaways because I'd like to give some stuff to you guys. Yeah, I was born in Alaska. I was born in Juneau, and I moved to the interior when I was, well, in 2001. And the longest, so when I was 5, my parents were having some issues, whatever. My mom took us down to California, or not California, sorry, Washington. And when I was down in Washington, I think I went to kindergarten in Washington, and I wasn't even there a full year. And then right out of Chehalis. And then I moved to Idaho. My buddy Hansi, his wife was pregnant, so I went down there, and I lived in their guest house for like 8 months down in Idaho, and that's the longest I've lived outside of Alaska. But during, obviously not the time when I was 5, but during the time when I was older, I was working in Alaska, so I was flying back here every 2 weeks while I was living in Idaho. Florida for life. Jay Fish, I know you're Pensacola area. Is that what did you tell me that the other day? Because I go down there and see my daughter now and again, and she's over on the other side. She's on like Satellite Beach, Kennedy Space Station kind of area. So if I go down there, I might have to look you up. I went to Pensacola. My aunt was in the Navy when I was a kid, like little kid, and we went down there to watch her graduate from the Naval Academy. But I don't remember anything about it. It was hot. I gotta go grab some firewood real quick. It's getting cold again. What'd I miss? An awkward guest. All right, Smurfy, we'll catch you later. Time served. I like that. What things? What are we talking that are warm? They're kicking with clay. My little slippers? Yeah, they're like sleeping bags for my boots, or for my feet. Yeah, we might be on for a little bit. I don't know how much gas is in the generator, but we're gonna go for a little while. Bacon? I appreciate that. I'm going to answer this pipeline question real quick. So, does pipeline cause problems for nature and animals like people say it does? Absolute no. 100% no. Like, there's people that go hunting on the pipeline road. Like, you can go down the pipeline road and there's great moose hunting. The caribou run that whole, like, the pipeline road. The pipeline, I can walk underneath it with ease. So the caribou and all the other animals that have to get around it or go around it, like, they just go underneath it. They do not care. In the northern areas of the pipeline, it's all just caribou out there. There's just vast, like, if you look at a map of Alaska, there's this vast country up above the Arctic Circle that's just ponds, just all these lakes, because the ground's frozen. And in the summer, the ground heats up, melts the snow, but the ground is frozen underneath, so it can't absorb into the water or into the ground. So it's just all these ponds and lakes and stuff like that. And there's no trees. And the caribou, that's the only thing that really, like, big game that lives up there. Caribou do not care at all. They're so stupid. And then moose, they don't care. Like, and then there's, like, in the southern parts below the Arctic Circle, there's all these giant areas, miles, that the pipeline is underground. And so the animals can move across, no problem. Like, there's no problem with yeah, better than windmill farms. Like, you might have, like, an animal, like a bird, fly into the pipeline, but they're not, it doesn't impede any kind of travel of the animals. They do not care. And especially, like, yeah, it is super dry wood. It's I've got some little, like, the stuff we cut yesterday, I can I'll stoke up with that. It's a little less dry, but yeah, the pipeline, not messing with the animals at all. Bacon, yeah, Bacon said he's in Fairbanks, but he's got family out in Ruby. He's been out on the Tanana. We might have to hook up at the Red Fox for a beer or something. There's a guy I know named Tyler. I don't know his last name, but he's got, he was at my buddy Pete's wedding is when I met him, but super good dude. And he's got family out by Ruby somewhere. I don't know like I said, don't know his last name, but he rips down there from Nenana on his boat and hauls his dad gas. I think his dad lives, I want to say downriver from Manly, or from Ruby, a couple miles. Mint, yeah, it's cold. And I don't know if you can see, but I am in a plywood uninsulated cabin. So I've been ripping this fire the last couple hours. And we're at 45 degrees. So I might have to get after it with this fire before I go to bed. YJ, I don't know what you're on about. Yeah. What kind of, yeah, just now? You realize that? Oh, that'll happen. This one time, I have my first boat, that one Shelby talked me into getting when she was like 8. It was a 12-foot, like, V-bottom lake boat, basically. Yeah, a little insulation. The only insulation I have is right around my bed. And I put that there when Katie was here. But let's just say that it was a long weekend, and I had that boat, and it had a 25 horse prop on this 12-foot boat. That thing hauled ass. And it was a 80s or 70s Johnson. It was an old motor. But there's a spot where you can put in a Clearwater River, run down to the Tanana, run down about 2 miles, and then come up into the Clearwater Lake. And I was doing something. My buddies were hanging out at my friend's house that was by the lake. So I hauled ass down the river, went down the other river, came up the lake outlet. When I was coming up the lake outlet, I ran out of gas. And Clearwater Lake is this big swampy, kind of like bayou style lake. Super cold water. So I pulled my boat up, tied it up, and then I just walked all the way around this lake. Got to the landing, my buddies picked me up. We continued to have a good weekend. I had to work that whole week, a lot of hours doing concrete, summertime. And a Friday came along and we got off work, and I was like, man, we should take my boat out. I was like, man, where's my boat? And I completely forgot that I ran that thing out of gas. Like I said, long weekend. So we ended up, I got in my buddy's boat. We ran down that little slough. And my boat, there was about that much freeboard before the water was going, before the boat was sank. But there was about that much freeboard before the motor went underwater. So the motor was just kind of sitting on the bottom. So we got her hauled up on the shore, pumped out, and we were good to go. But yeah, I'm building a log cabin. I don't know about big. Big might be not the right adjective, but I'm building a log cabin. It's actually going to be the same size as this one, but that sucker will be insulated. So yeah, it was just, I was young. I think I was maybe 20 when that happened. You do dumb stuff when you're a kid. Come on, baby. Make me some heat. So if I wasn't talking to you guys right now, I'd be reading my book. Kicking with Clay, you're 18? Yeah, well, you're probably going to do some dumb shit. But that's okay. It makes us who we are. As long as you learn from your mistakes, by the third or fourth time, you'll be good. Yeah, Fat Cat. Like I said, this is nobody. So I have an Arctic oven, and that's like a winter tent, and it's got, it's insulated. I got a little wood stove. All right, Sean, you have a good night, man. It was really good to see you stopping in. That was awesome. But I got this Arctic oven tent, and I've stayed out there at 40 below, and it's fine. It's just a way smaller. Man, that's so way smaller area to keep warm. So I was planning on staying on that this winter, but I just started staying in here, and it's not too bad. The Alaska glacier water. I actually went out to the Matanuska Glacier, or not the Matanuska Glacier, the Mendenhall Glacier in Juneau, and I got some ice out of there, and I would put it in Steve, and I made, you know, for whiskey or water, whatever. But I got this book, so when I'm not on here or editing videos or chopping firewood, I got some downtime. This book is one of the best books about Alaska that I've read. And it's about these old boys that come up here in like the early 1900s. This thing was written in 1947, but they make this trip and they're all on horseback and they're hunting. It's wild. The stuff that they do in this book is crazy. But it took me a while to find this book. Somebody told me about it, and I had to, even like Barnes and Noble, I couldn't find it on Amazon. I actually got this one from a friend. She had 2 copies of it, so she gave me one. But if you get a chance, read this book. It's great. Yo, what's up? Kicking with Clay. What's going on? You got to get to bed nice and early. 18, man, well, you got trucks to work on or girls to chase tomorrow. Katie always says that line from Waterboy when I give her like super cold water from a house or wherever. Alaska glacier water. Oh, gotcha. So the thing with, like, I really appreciate you guys watching, and I've definitely met some new friends since I started doing these lives, but trucks, dirt bikes, and school. That's probably smart, buddy. Definitely save you some money in the long run. But like Duck and Butter, Sean, Tim Schultz, he spelled it weird, but I think it's Tim Schultz. And Jim Pender, like there's, besides the people that I know personally that are like give me encouragement or tell me like, oh, I really love the video, but you can't trust that because like if it's your best friend, well, my best friend would tell me it sucks, but a lot of friends and family and stuff, they're going to tell you you're doing a really good job. But when you get somebody that you've never met, never talked to, and they are telling you those same things, like there's been times where I've like, you know, put like a lot of time and effort into making a video, and it's a lot of hours of learning how to edit videos and learning the software like, because I didn't know any of this when I started. Camera stuff, like photography I was into, but not videography. So learning all that stuff, it's pretty easy to get discouraged. And then if you're trying to do something like we were trying to do where we're hunting, well, you stick with the trucks and dirt bikes at school and you'll get girls. Don't even worry about that. But it's easy to get discouraged, especially trying to do the videos that we're trying to do, like portray Alaska and not like set up fake stuff, and you know, it's tough to hunt and fish, and maybe not fish, but like it's really tough to hunt and kill animals and while you're packing around all this camera gear and stuff like that. So when somebody gets on and is consistently being encouraging that you've never met, it's a pretty big deal. It was to me. So those 4 guys, that they've really kept me going. So it's cool when they show up on the live. Thanks, Jay. You guys do that. What's so funny, Calamity Jane? Thanks, Jay. Well, man, I'm telling you, when this summer comes, I will probably, I'm probably gonna upgrade my my internet deal to do the mobile, so that I can pack you guys around everywhere. Because there's a lot of spots where we go fishing and doing cool stuff where it'd be sweet to throw this whole thing in the boat and just, because there's the mobile one. It's pretty expensive, but you can do it while you're underway. So like going on a boat ride this summer, how cool would that be? Thanks, Robbie. Thanks, Brian. You subscribed and started watching yesterday. Thank you. I appreciate that. South Africa. I've never been to South Africa. Sounds hot. Those late night poops, you'll have those. I tell you what, when it's 33 below zero and the mood strikes, that outhouse, you know, I don't know who invented the blue foam, but that man is my hero, or woman. That person is my hero, because man, it's cold. I love the cold, but sometimes. Oh, it all helps, man. I appreciate you popping in daily. I don't know if we're going to be doing this daily, but yeah, we're going to be definitely, I'm actually going to move out here this summer, and I'll be out here all the time. I might have to go into town. I got a couple cabins I got to build for people, but I'm going to try to live out here the whole time. So we're going to do as much as we can. Jungle. Yeah, I bet, dude. It's Africa. Holy cow. That's crazy that you're in South Africa. And I'm in, man, you can't get too much farther away. You're in Coco? Dude, my daughter lives in Satellite Beach. I've been to Coco. Yeah, I've definitely hung out in Coco a little bit. That's cool. 6 inches of foam. Yeah. There's another term for that, but p.m. Bacon. You got to do it. I mean, yeah, you probably grew up out there, huh? Are you from Ruby? Yeah, Brian, I used to ride up there on my bike all the time. Good night, Barricade. I'm glad we could join you. Ward, we're trapping, mostly got martin this year, but I picked up a Wolverine yesterday, which was pretty much probably going to be the best, the topper of my season, but definitely made my day. But I've got some river otter sets out. I got wolf sets out, a bunch of martin sets, some lynx sets. Doing a side mission while fighting the boss. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, being born a white boy and growing up in a native village in Southeast Alaska, I feel you. Kicking with clay. All right, buddy. You know, Bacon, you'll have that from time to time, I hear. Well, Randy, come on, bud. You're not cheat. If you're not cheating, you're not trying, though, Kayla. I'm glad you guys are on here. Maybe I'll make you a musadilla when you come up to Fairbanks. But I'd rather Randy cook because you know he's got make some pretty good grub. I do like the Wood-Mizer portable stoves or sawmills. They're badass. My buddy Jeremiah's got one up the river. I'm south of Fairbanks a bit. I'm out in between like Manly Hot Springs and Tanana, the village of Tanana. Out in the boonies. I gotta plug in my phone. Oh, you better have an axe? I got axes. There we go. I've got a few axes. And a chainsaw. Dude, you want to see the coolest axe that I have? Hang on, we'll be right back. There goes flashlight. Can't show you the axe or the hatchet that Steve-O bought me because it's out on my trapping sled, but this little guy here I found on a trail, like an old four-wheeler trail. Oh, I better see what he did. Yeah, Kenny, here in a second. Is this an adventure for me? Catch up on the comments real quick. It's an adventure for me. This is where I live, man. Like, well, I'm trying to live. I'm moving out here, but I have a house in Delta Junction, which is in the interior Alaska, and then this property I bought a couple years ago, and I'm moving out here. So adventure, yes, but vacation, no. Robbie. If the Russians don't take it back, well, they'll have to come and get it. Well, thanks, Clay. Mr. Yeah, man. Appreciate that. Trapper. Yeah, they're so close. I'm probably, like, I'm farther away from a McDonald's or a hospital than Alaska is away from Russia. Yeah, Kicking with Clay, Scotty's a real deal. Jay Fishing, he's a real deal too. Smurfy, you got to follow all those guys. Howdy, Snell. All right. So I found this hatchet on a four-wheeler trail. Some poor SOB lost it while he was probably out moose hunting. I haven't done anything to it. You can see it's been cold, but it says Collins on it, like the brand. I don't know, but I've had this sucker for a couple years. It's not as cool as the hatchet Steve-O bought me, but this thing's been kicking around the cabin. It's always good to have a little kindling chopper. And then this bad boy, I also found. I had to rehang it because there was no, it didn't have a handle on it when I found it. This thing was, well, it had a handle, but it was busted off like right here. I was riding somewhere on my four-wheeler, and this thing was sticking out of a tree, just off the trail, just sticking out of a tree. And I found this thing probably 20 years ago, and I got a nice long handle on it, and you can see the handle's broken because I've been throwing it at stuff. But this is one of my favorite axes because, I don't know, I grew up in a logging camp, and we cut down trees for a living, and this is a felling axe. God damn aliens. But yeah, this is one of my prized possessions. And then I showed it the other day, that hatchet that Steve-O and Audrey bought me. That thing it's one of the nicest hatchet, like it's the nicest hatchet I have. It's a super good brand. It feels awesome in the hand. But that one I carry around in my trapping sled, in my trapping box, which is a little ways away. So yeah, that was a scary noise. We're gonna investigate. Oh, that's hot. It's the thermometer it's a magnet. It goes on the side of my stove. If you're in a place with a wood stove, you always want a couple welding gloves. But apparently this doesn't want to be a magnet right now. There you go. It tells you what the temperature is of the... It's supposed to be on the chimney, but I leave it on the side of the stove. I think it's broken because it's saying over 900 degrees, which is bullshit. I wish it was 900 degrees because maybe the cabin would be a little warmer than 50. Packing heat. Thanks, Snell. Appreciate that. We're doing these lives, but I've put a lot of time and effort over the last couple of years into my long form videos just to get you guys, well, one, it's just easier for me to film that kind of stuff while I'm out doing what I'm doing than being live. And I definitely can't always have internet. So if you go check out the long form stuff, it'll, like the episode 1, 2, and 3, it'll kind of show you where we're at, what we're doing. You have a 500i? Damn. That 500i is probably, like, they make them so light now. It's probably lighter than my farm boss out there. Rancher, I guess. Yeah, that thing's been sitting on the side of that stove. Like, I know heat affects magnets and all that, but that thing's been sitting on the side of that stove for over a year, and it was on the one in my shop for a couple years. I don't know. Just getting a little too hot, maybe. Yeah, that's a bad saw. Yeah, we're done with that. I guess the magnet's dead. Fell off again. 2 strikes, that's it. I've never run one of those 500s. The first saw I ever ran was like a 009, like a little tiny still. I used to go cut fire when I was like 13. My dad would send me out to go cut firewood with this little tiny chainsaw, and that's, I homeschooled, so I'd do my schoolwork and then I'd go cut firewood. And then the next saw I got to run was the 44. Those are sweet. I got a 462. That 660 is a big saw too, man. That 462 I got a like a side business where I cut trees and remove brush and stuff like that for people, clear land. And I usually use that 660 for that. I keep it in town. It's got the big dogs on it, and I've got a 28-inch bar on it right now, a nice short one, but I got a 36-inch bar for my Alaska sawmill. Yeah, we're gonna 80 that magnet. I know how hot that stove is. I don't need that magnet. When it turns red on the side of the stove, that's when you know you got it hot enough. Oh, you're a tree climber. That's badass. That's a, man, hats off, man. That's a cool job. I remember going, when I was a kid, we'd go to Juneau every year to go to the mining and logging competition. And I'd always watch my Uncle Cliff mainly would compete into the log climbing. He was a bad dude. He was like 5'8", all dick and ribs, like just an animal. And he would run just like, it's, I mean, different than like an arborist kind of thing, but he would just like run up these trees, and then we'd come down, he'd flip his rope and just jump, and he'd fall like 15, 20 feet, dog in, jump again. It's crazy. Now when I go to those shows, I haven't been in a couple of years, but now it's all the miners that we're hanging out with. Yeah, it's wild. Those tree climbers are nuts. Arborist stuff is pretty wild too. Like all the different rigging and stuff is, that's one of the, like if I'm watching YouTube, if I'm not trying to fix my truck or sewing machine or learn how to trap, I'll watch a lot of arborist videos. That enigmatic Guichin though, I've watched, if I'm doing trapping stuff, I'm watching his videos. Just because he's kind of in the same area, and it's not a bunch of, like a lot of the trapping videos, the how-tos and things like that, they're all down in the States. So it's different area, different country, different animals, you know, they're going to act different. So there's a lot of stuff that those guys do down there that we don't really have to deal with because our animals haven't been around people as much, I guess. Yeah, 461. I think that it's like the 461 were the same, basically the same saw, they're just different year. little better. That light's pretty harsh. Maybe my generator will go a little farther. Fat cat. Michael, we're hanging out. Cut some firewood today. We're out on the trap line. It's 30 something below zero, and we're just staying warm right now. Just kind of BSing and talking to folks. Snow trapping is unique. Yeah, I guess that's one of the things, like, a lot of those guys, what they're doing is, like, which I got, like, what they're doing is what works for them. But I'm out there in the, like, they're not showing, like, super snowy conditions. They're not showing, like, freeze and thaw. And when they're talking about that, they're talking about, like, a little bit. A lot of them are talking about trapping in the water. So it's a little different when it's just cold. Yeah, man. Mr. Yeah, man. Have a good night. Appreciate you stopping by. Licking the frog. Proud of me. I appreciate that. Yeah, I got this this oil lamp. And these things they put off more light than one would think. Yeah, it's very dry. And then you hit that those weird times of the winter, like you'll get that chinook in the like January, February, where everything will warm right up. And that's the only real freeze thaw we got to mess with. Maybe March, but pretty much just cold and dry. Yeah, sooty light. These things are badass. I think you could probably put rendered bear fat in this thing, and it'd work great. I'll have to render down some bear fat this year and try it out. And got this one at Samson's. They've got these on the shelf there at Samson's Hardware in Fairbanks. Yeah, Chinook is, it's nice because it's warm out, but go out and rip out and put a ton of marten sets in. You ate some black bear the other day? It's good stuff, man. I think my favorite is my buddy Dick Cameron made. I think he's like 62 or something. I don't know how old he is. His son is my age. His son lives down in Juneau area, and Dick lives up in the interior. But I brought Dick out here bear hunting. Nice black bear. And I've made ham out of it. Have I ever mowed a yard? Yeah, I got 20 acres in town that I have to mow, but I mow with a tractor. I own a lawnmower, but I don't really use it. Oh, okay. Did you go shoot it, Bacon? Jay fishing, it's got to be, what is it, 4 hours ahead down there? It's a late one, huh? Because of Nate? Come on, man. Last fall. Yeah. It was late. Working at the mine, like trying to, when my daughter would be down in Florida, trying to talk to her. It's a pain in the ass. Was that a blueberry bear? Bacon? All right, Clay, have a good night. That's not good, Bacon. I mean, you got priorities, but missing a hunting season is a bummer. I've had to miss my fair share, especially when I was working concrete. Like, it seems like whenever fall starts coming, that's when everybody wants their concrete. It's like they do the dirt work all summer and then they're ready for mud September 1st when I want to be out moose hunting. Hey, Randy, are you winning? Is the cheating working? It didn't work. So, no, I've never watched Victory Outdoor. Oh, yeah. All Blueberry Hills. I bet you that bear is delicious. Boy, are you guys talking about that fish tough, man? If it's 20, 30 miles an hour winds out there, it's going to be tough. Sanchez, usually I get Gimli from Lord of the Rings. So at one point, my grandpa, like I've talked about him a couple times, and I showed you guys this book, In the Trough. This is autobiography. I should have read this to can't remember. Is that Clay? The kid with women trouble. My daughter's mom and I had recently separated, and this is what my grandpa gave me this book, and this is what he wrote to me, because every book he's ever given me, he's written in there. But he wrote, "To Ryan from Gramps, 2014. When I was when I was your age, I worked in a man's world. Didn't have any women friends until I joined the Peace Corps. The little buggers are different with different needs, and I really don't understand them. I hope you have gotten better luck. You're a good man, Ryan. Love, Gramps." We all call him Gramps. And then the preface to the book is, "I'm pushing 80 about now, and my memory's shorting out. But I promised my daughter, Tana," that's my mom, "that I would keep a journal, and I forgot. So I'm writing this story about my life, a forester, a logger, a firefighter, a soldier, a father, and sometimes an author. Most of the story is true, but I've touched it up a bit. Some of this is pretty damn personal and a tad racy, but since it's a story, no one will really know what's true and what's fiction." Pretty sneaky, huh? And that's the beginning. But he was from LA. Like, he grew up in Los Angeles. So, like, I know all that area's on fire right now. I used to go down there and visit my great-great-grandma down in California. And that's where he grew up, was LA, and then they moved to San Francisco. Yeah, he was a wildland firefighter. If you watch that episode 1 or episode 2 on my video or on my channel, I kind of talk about him and the fire that we had down here. Oh, this book I love, like, I've got 2 copies. One he gave to me and one he gave to my daughter. I have my daughter's copy, but I've got quotes and stuff kind of marked out, and I want to start reading some of them as the background for the videos that I'm going to be making. You can't buy it online. I think he only made like 50 copies, and he gave them to all his kids, grandkids, and great grandkids. But it's called In the Trough. That's obviously why the channel's called that. But your granddad wrote a story about. That's awesome. Like, I mean, what I want to do is somehow get this book digitized so that I can, just in case, when I was probably 17 or 18, my grandpa, this same grandpa, gave me some books that were his grandfather's. Some of them were written in the 1800s. Like, I had a Francis Bacon leather-bound Three Musketeers book and a couple other ones. And my mom was like, "Hey, look, let me keep those books for safekeeping. I'll take them to my house." Their house burnt down. And so I lost all that stuff. I have also of my great-grandma, the one in California, I have a bunch of her old cameras. Like, I got this old Leica camera. It's so badass. But, like, she was always into photography. My grandma was, my mom was, and they got me into it at a young age. But this book, if I need to, I'm sure that one of my family members has a digital copy that he or somebody else typed out. He had Parkinson's, so his handwriting was pretty rough. So I'm sure it's digital somewhere, but... that's funny. Mr. Jokes over here. You know, I'm not gonna start writing short stories. What I'm doing is I'm making videos. That's like my long form content. I try to be as real as I can, and I try to show like my real life on a lot of those videos. And I've got a bunch of videos that I don't post on the channel. That I have on my computer that I just have saved for that same purpose. Oh yeah, you've been down there in Delta fighting fires? Were you on that one at by Fort Greely? I can't remember what year. Oh no, you said you're 32. I think I was a kid then. So, but yeah, you were probably the one across Delta. That one was only a couple years ago. Dr. Seuss is a tough read. All right, Sanchez. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, here you go, right here. They called my generation the silent generation. We were born in the trough between the World War II generation and the generation of their children, called the baby boomers, or just boomers. That's why he called it in the trough. I can never figure out why they name generations, as they all slide together. But so far, none of my bunch has never been elected for president. I was born during the Great Depression, which lasted 1929 to 1939. I didn't know much about it, but I'm guessing my parents did not plan to have a kid in 1935 or another one in 1937. Damn. With great power comes a huge electric bill. That's right. I want to say he had a picture. Oh, there's a picture of him in this old Jeep. He used to rally around in this old Willys Jeep. He's the one with the cowboy hat on, which I've never seen him wear a cowboy hat in my entire life, but. And there's that same Jeep. He rolled that thing down a mountain. Yeah, it was a Willys. They are missing the point. Is this what we're doing? He had some cool, let me try to find some cool logging pictures. Oh yeah. This is a picture of my Uncle Dan down in Hoona. That's a big spruce tree. And then this is a picture of the sort yard. This is where we'd bring all the logs and they'd dump them off this little ramp, and then the ships would come and they'd drag these log rafts out into the ocean, and they'd pick them up. And then that's a better picture of the sort yard. All the log trucks would dump everything off. All right, have a good night. Mr. Jokes. Sanchez, they are. Depends on where you're at, though. I mean, if you're out by me, out here in the middle of nowhere, it's you can find that same kind of freedom. Oh yeah, I like that. The dumb jokes, that's good stuff. There we go. These are the boys I was talking about earlier. That's my Uncle Cliff right there. And that's him as well. That was in 1988. So in 1990, this is my dad helped build this. This is a big barge, and they built this landing craft so they could pull it up to the beach and run equipment off of it. So in 1990, that's Berners Bay, which is where the mine is that I work at. And right there where that barge is where we pull up in our boat now and go to work. Here's another picture of it. This gravel dock, that's still there. And our dock is off to the side over here, but we roll up there every 2 weeks. I see this and I think about this picture. And so right now they're bringing logs onto the barge, and they're picking them off with a shovel and loading them on there. That is cool, huh? I was 10 years old out there watching these guys do this. Yeah, so if you're 24 and you're trying to get to Alaska, like the best thing, like the easiest way to do it is get a job up on the North Slope or get a job at one of the mines. And if you've never been around mining, which I would assume not, they have, and I'm not, like, this is legit. Like, they have people that come out and they make, it's ESS is the name of the company. Like, look up ESS. ESS does all the kitchen stuff and all the custodial work and whatnot. But they take out all the trash, they do all the laundry, they cook all the food. And we have hired, so like if you come up and you work for ESS and you do a good job, like you're a good worker, the people that work at the mine or up on the slope or whatever, they see that. They see it. If you're a lazy piece of shit, they see that. But if you're a really good worker, they see that too. And if you put in your application to go mining after about a year of being out there for one of those places, they'll pick you up. We have probably on our crew, we have 6 people that came from ESS. So they were working in the kitchen and now they're breaking rock. And that same situation happens all over Alaska. Like if you want to move to Alaska, that is, like, from my personal experience, that's a really good way to do it. There's other ways you can come up here by like working for Princess Tours or, you know, stuff like that. But they don't set you up to have any more doors open to you. You're just going to work for Princess Tours. But if you have like an interest in mining or like the oil field, even driving truck or like doing something up on the slope, if you get a job with one of those places, then it's a barrack. It's kind of a foot in the door type of deal. That's the advice I got, because if you find a job up here first, and you like, most of those jobs are shift work, so you're doing like a 2 and 2 or a 4 and 2 or whatever. you're coming up here, and then it's a lot easier to pick what area you want to live in, find an apartment, and then you're up here. Some of those places will even pay to relocate you. Like our company, I think, for a company per, they give you 10 grand. Maybe it's 5 grand. They give you 5 or 10 grand to move your stuff, to help you move to Alaska. So, I mean, that's how I'd do it. I wouldn't pay for it myself. So this is called the White Alice site. This is a military radio repeater they built for World War II. It's up on top of this mountain. And if you look up Hoona, Alaska, they have a zip line there. And that zip line goes from the top of that mountain all the way down to the beach. And that's where my grandparents moved to when they moved up there. And my mom was, I think, probably 16 or 17. There's a picture of Mount St. Helens erupting, and that's my grandpa right there. Yeah, that's my grandpa chilling. They were out camping, and that sucker blew up. Metalworking, blacksmithing blades. Man. Well, yeah, you could live anywhere and do that. But dude, if you're gonna do that, bring your own anvil when you move, because trying to find an anvil up here is next to impossible. Jay Fishing, you have a good night. Yeah, we'll probably see you on the boat. Yeah, the White Alice was all over, but they had one in Hoona. This is Quito, Ecuador. And that's my mom right there. She was born in Ecuador. Trying to find some pictures of Australia, because he was a... Oh, yeah. There he is right there. Yeah, that's my grandpa holding a koala bear. Yeah, they're all over, like you said. It's my grandma. She had a monkey, and she would say that monkey would go and, like, every time my mom was freaking out, that was my mom, but every time that my mom was crying or freaking out, that monkey would run and get my grandma. Yeah, my grandpa lived a cool life. Like I said before, he wasn't a hunter. He wasn't a trapper. He didn't do any of that stuff. Like, he would kind of look over the top of his glasses and wrinkle up his nose if you wanted to talk about trapping. But he wasn't a judgmental guy, so he'd kind of leave me alone when I talk about hunting and stuff. But he definitely had his fair shares of adventures. All right, Sanchez, have a good one. Yeah, straight up a monkey. And all I think about is like, I wonder how much that pelt's worth. Good old monkey pelt. Scotty, you ever skin these marten for taxidermy? Paws on. I'm curious. So you go straight up into the paw on the front and kind of stop at the elbow so you can tuck that fur out. Because I think last time I did, I ended up coming up the side. That was no bueno. But you come up the paw, but you stop at the elbow and then leave the hide intact from the armpit to the rib cage. So like when I do this one, it'll be inside out, but I leave this intact from here to here, and then I make an incision running up right here into the paw to get, because otherwise you can't get that hide. Okay. And on the back, you just split it the whole way, same. Don't split the palm, okay? And then basically right at the palm, you start going inside till you get to the, because I've skinned them out like the toes. It's kind of a pain, but whatever. And you skin it out past that 1, 2, to basically the end of the third knuckle. Elbow to palm, okay. I got another one of those gray-faced, silver-tailed ones, so. Omar, huh. Is it the forehead or? Third knuckle, yeah, and then just snip it off. Okay, got it. I just wasn't sure, because the first time I did it, I pulled it all the way off till I got to the wrist, and then it's that paw is way too fat to go through the hide there. But I want to skin that one out for taxidermy because I'm giving it to my friend. And I don't know if he's going to want to get it mounted or just hang it on the wall. But having paws on him is pretty cool. Thanks, fool. You've been on here the whole time, fool? Dang. I thought you would have got some popcorn. Popcorn. I'm gonna do a rug out of that Wolverine. I'm not gonna do a full mount. I'm not a huge. I don't know. I like European mount kind of skulls, and I like the rug stuff more than like a full mount. I've got one marten, my first marten that I ever caught. I got it full mounted. It's pretty cool, but. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that, fool. No, I'm not going to be on the shows, man. I think they're too fake. There's a lot of BS. I mean, not knocking the guys that are doing it. I think a lot of those guys that use being on those shows to springboard their YouTube channels and stuff is great. I think it's smart, but yeah. So the Wolverine, that's why I haven't messed with it. I'm leaving it hanging. The 50 cal. Yeah, you can end up with a couple of little paws. That's about it. The Wolverine, I'm not gonna skin it out here. I'm gonna take it into town, and my buddy who's a taxidermist, I'm gonna go by his place, and he's gonna help me with it. Just I really don't want to mess it up. It's kind of I don't want to say a once in a lifetime thing, but being it's the first one that I caught, is definitely once in a lifetime. But I definitely don't want to mess it up. So I'll as bad as I want to go put a knife on that thing, I'm gonna bag it up. I got some blankets out here. I'm gonna roll it up real nice, and I'm keeping an eye on it, like watching the weather. If it gets above freezing, I'm gonna probably run it into town. I know it's a long haul, but I definitely don't want to ruin that thing. Yeah, it's weird how that works, Bacon. Like the first black bear I shot was the biggest black bear I've shot. Like it was huge, and that's still at the taxidermist. But like, I don't know. It's not always about the biggest animal, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, I do. Hey, guess what? Got one right here, buddy. We'll get you some crackling and popping. I had to take off my hoodie. It's getting warm in here. It's probably 60 degrees. Two logs. Fool's errand. 50. Copy. When in doubt, 50 out. It's getting warm in Alaska. It's definitely not getting warm. It's warm inside my little shed, but maybe I ought to put a wood stove in my outhouse. It's a lot smaller area to heat. Oh, you got the popcorn? No, it's my popcorn. You guys hear that any better? The moose, though, I've never, I've shot a lot of moose, but I've never broke the 60 club, which is fine. Like I don't hunt moose for the antlers. It's pretty tough to make soup out of antlers. I've definitely made the if it's brown, it's down club. Don't burn your cabin down, buddy. You're gonna want to have that place. Especially if it's custom built, this stove, one of the things I like about it, I never use the little draft thing here. You can hear it when you pull this out. This thing absolutely rips. I've never had a wood stove that was easier to build a fire in. This thing draws like a pencil. Yeah, I got this out of an old building that we were tearing down for some guys. And I took the wood stove and the roofing tin, and I put the roofing tin on the side of my shop. From Scotland. Junior, welcome. I like this stove because you can pop these tops off and put your pan right on there. And then your cast iron skillet fits right in that hole. And the middle one pops out too. This little like bikini shaped one pops out of there. And then I think I don't know if you used to be able to put like a square style skillet. Like this cast iron one would pop down on top of there. Got a Harmon, huh? You're not prissy. I've met you, bud. Far from prissy. Yeah. Now, if I'm hunting with two people, usually I'm taking a buddy or something hunting, so I'll let them pull the trigger. And I save my tag, but I appreciate that, Omar. Yeah, you are fancy. Yeah, I've seen you underground. You look super fancy when you're covered in grease and balled up under some piece of equipment. Very prissy. Small bowls do taste better. Oh yeah, I usually do. I got this pot right there. I almost always keep that pot of water on there. I just took it off when I was making my musadillas. And then I put my snow in there. Get some moisture. Because bacon's right. If you don't put some sort of water or pot of water on there. At home I got a little ship that's got cannons on it, and when it gets hot it steams out the cannons. Pretty cool. But if you don't put water on the stove, man, I'll get a bloody nose. Thanks for reminding me of that. Oh, sorry, Fat Cat was the one that said that. Oh, yeah, yeah, usually you're crying and, you know, you got your white gloves on and, you know, why, I just smashed my finger. Dishes? Ain't nobody doing dishes out here. Oh man, if you wanted to make some shine, I'm sure you could do just that. But yeah, for dishes, and then I'll dip my coffee water in there, you know. But I also take my water bottles in the morning and I drop them in there, and that'll thaw them out, because like this morning I didn't have any water. I didn't realize it till after that first live got over. I got a really bad headache. And realized I hadn't drank any water at all since I got up. So it's hard to drink water up here when everything's frozen all the time and then it's cold. So the last thing you want to drink is cold water. But I put my cup on the stove and try to pound down some cold water or warm water. Oh yeah, the moose, for sure. I got to get one big one. I agree. One of these days, it's going to happen. Back in with the bucket. Okay, Mike. Bye-bye. Speaking of staying hydrated, gotta fill up my cup with some water. Old Steve here. That's what I named my cup. I know it's kind of boring, but I've had this cup since I was 17 years old, so. Thanks, Em. Appreciate that. What's the topic tonight? Anything you want to talk about having to do with hunting, fishing, trapping, outdoor stuff? What else have we talked? We've talked about some stuff. Yeah, we haven't, staying off the religion and staying out of the politics. Quantum physics, have at it, bud. School me up. Offshore fishing, where at? The wilderness, yep. Well, good thing I didn't pull out Wilson. I would have lost Fat Cat hours ago. No, I'm just kidding. David, 4 hours down from me? Where you at then? Well, here we go. All right, Fool's going to talk about some quantum physics here. I seen your video on the fires, though. That was a pretty interesting take, my friend. I don't disagree with you. Wilson, yeah. I just got the Steve, man. And me and Steve have had some pretty interesting conversations. Mostly when Steve has some bourbon in him, he gets chatty. Whoa, VG, come on, man. Wilson ball hog. Adrian, yeah, I'm in the Great North. David, 258. You're in Florida too, huh? Right on. Our other buddy Jay Fishing, he's from Florida. You went down the rabbit hole, man. It's dangerous, man. The rabbit hole. Yeah, Bacon's up here too. Trapper Scotty's up here. We got we're up in Alaska. I'm out here in the bush. Sasquatch. I don't have any Sasquatch stories. My friend, maybe I'll get him. Mating call of a blackbird. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll get my friend to get on here and tell his story one time, but it's not really my story, so. Squirrels living in my beard. That's pretty funny. Funny for several reasons. Polk County, south of Orlando. Chip, my daughter's down there in Satellite Beach area. I've been down that way. Yeah, it's a Yeti. So you asked if I have squirrels living on my beard. That made me laugh because, yeah, over by Titusville, my grandpa put together this book. It's called Rhymes of the Working Man. And he didn't write all of them. It's a compilation, but he wrote some of them. And he always writes in the front of them for me. And they used to call me Fudd when I was a little kid because I got big old ears, and to save money or whatever, keep down on lice, they would shave my head. So imagine, little boy, shaved head, big ears. Nickname was Fudd. So it says 2213 Fudd, page 205 with you in mind. Love, Gramps. And if you turn to page 205, you got a dog-eared. Nope, that's War Canoe. I think there's a picture. I think it's this book. It might be. Nope, sorry, different book. Anyway, in this other book, he's got a page marked down for me, and it's a deal he wrote about this dude who Maybe it is in this book. I thought it was in this book. I don't want to try to find it right now. Alley Wisdom on Drinking. There's a poem for you. Yeah, it's not. It's in his other book. But basically, it's got this dude with a big old beard, and he's got like a mouse coming out of it. And it's this whole poem about how this guy had a big old beard, and this this endangered species of mouse moved into, or endangered species, no, regular mouse, whatever, moved into his beard, and then this endangered bird landed in this guy's beard, and then it was a federal, they made a federal, like a national monument or something out of it, and so he wasn't allowed to cut his beard. It's a pretty, I'll find it. Thanks, Adrian. Have a good night. Yeah, it's probably late there. Rainbow trout? Yeah, I've caught a few. I did, at the time, my beard wasn't quite as full as it is now when I was a little boy. Thanks, Torres. Appreciate that. You got trout in Disneyland, huh? Give that beard a thumbs up. Majestic. Boy, most people say it's a health hazard. There's a poem my grandpa wrote. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's pages and pages long. And all the ones that he wrote in this book are author unknown. But he even says that in there, that he wrote a couple, but he didn't put his name on them. When I was a kid, the Tlingit elders and the local carver, they made this giant canoe, and it sat out in front of our school for years when I was a little kid. So this canoe, I remember when they floated this canoe, all the elders, not all of them, but several of them got in this canoe and they paddled out into the ocean and came around. It was this big ceremony and the whole town was there. And my grandpa wrote a poem about it. But the first couple stanzas are, now I've been known to tell a fib, but I'll tell you a tale that's true about Louis White's grandpa and the government's war canoe. Louis was a logger, tall, tough, and skinny man. He was a Tlingit Indian, a member of the Raven clan. His grandfather was an eagle from his father's side. An old man was over 90 and had to build a war canoe before he up and died. Because when he was a younger man, he and his father made the great war canoes the Tlingits and Haida used to raid. They raided Haida villages for plunder and for wives. The women didn't seem to mind, as they led such boring lives. Anyway, it goes on for a couple of pages, and it's a pretty awesome poem. Maybe I'll read it and record it and put it on one of my videos. But it's funny, the way they go out and they cut down this forbidden tree, that not forbidden by the local natives, but forbidden to cut down by the government. And they go steal it from the government. It's pretty awesome. All right, Omar, we'll catch you later. Thanks for watching. Oh, it's real. Spell books. I could. So when I first read that, I was thinking like spelling books, like I suck at reading, so I need to learn how to read kind of spell books. But you're talking about spell books. Spiliomus or whatever. You know what hides in there really good? Is I don't know how if you know how hard it is to keep track of one of these suckers, but that'll hide in there all day. Every time you're building something, you lose that sucker. You need probably 10 carpenter's pencils to do a job. That's a good spot. Unless your fingers are covered with tree sap or black death or silicone. With the rings. If you could keep a can of chew and maybe an emergency PBR in there, that'd be the way to go. Scotty, I can't wait till this sucker turns a little bit gray. I want to get some nice gray streaks through it. I think it'd be pretty sweet. Got a couple gray hairs, but that's about it. Chrome. Yeah, my bad. I should have said chrome. Yeah, exactly. Why do I need a pencil? When I was doing all my fab work, when I used to weld all the time, it was always my soapstone, man. And if I had it in my hand, I would drop it, and then it would, of course, shatter into a million pieces. You trade me on? Well, I think that might be kind of tough. We might have to do a beard transfusion. I don't know how that'll work. Cactus Jack. What's up, Blair? How you doing? Oh, I think I got something funky, and oh, it's just a couple pine needles. I see him go down to the hairdresser and getting them all weaved in. Dude, I think people go to Turkey and get hair plants. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to stay warm. Just constantly feeding this fire. I'm gonna see if it warmed up at all. Negative. Did not warm up. The door was open a little bit. It was cold. Well, yeah, I mean, gotta have some gin on occasion. You know, the one that people always drinking on their trap lines or having out in the cold is that peppermint schnapps. catch a moose and train them. I think people used to do that. I think they used to use them for like pack horses. I've seen pictures of it. I've heard of a guy, it wasn't me, I swear, because we're on live, but I've heard of a guy who caught a calf moose before and put them in his boat. So I mean, they're not hard to catch in the summer, in like May. If you rip up and down the river, usually the cow moose with her calf, the cow will take off, climb up a cut bank, and a lot of times it's too steep for the calf to get up, so the calf will just stay out in the river. And if they get in deep enough water, they'll start swimming, and you can just take your boat right up to them. So I've heard, and you can grab them, and like two guys can just lift. I mean, they're the size of a greyhound at that point. You can get them in your boat. There was one, I will say that I will admit to putting this one in my boat because me and Shelby were coming down river, and there's this huge log jam, and this cow went up on a cut bank, and the calf was floating right into this log jam, and it would have got sucked under and died. So we rolled up next to it. Shelby was driving the boat. I think she was probably like 14, 13, driving the boat, pulled up next to the moose, and I pulled it into the boat, and then we ran it back upriver to a gravel bar and let it go out on the gravel bar. But yeah, if you snagged one of those moose, I think you could train it. Yeah, you've seen that picture too, Scotty, of them pulling wood and stuff, logs. Let's go moose fishing. Yeah, I've had some pretty crazy experiences. I'm sure a lot of you guys have too, but stuff that isn't necessarily street legal. But I the one that I did put in my boat, like, I wasn't harassing it. I wasn't doing any kind of anything mean to it or nothing. Like, I literally was trying to save its life. So those big log jams, the current runs underneath them, and they're, I mean, some of them are 50, 60 yards wide with, I mean, some of it, and then from the water up, they're probably 10, 12 feet, just huge log jams, and the moose get hung up in them and get sucked under, and you're not coming out the other end because they're, 20, 30 yards long with all the sticks pointing down and everything. Jesus, I'm surprised you recognize me without my robes, man. The wolves, I'm actually out here trapping them. I'm trying to I hope they mess with me. That's what I'm going for. But as far as like sleeping out under a tree or camping out, wolves aren't going to come near you. They're so scared of humans. That movie, The Gray, is bullshit. Oh yeah, just lived right next to your house. That's pretty awesome, Bacon. Do I know some Tlingit a little bit, like, when I was in like first, second, third, half of fourth grade, there was a lady, her name was Grandma Jenny. She would come to our school and she'd teach us Tlingit and about like the old ways. Yeah. And then about halfway through fourth grade, I got pulled out of public school because I kept getting beat up by the locals. Yeah, I sell like the marten. I'm not going to sell that Wolverine. Any wolves I catch this year, I'll sell, lynx, all that. Yeah, Shelby's badass. I was looking through a bunch of old videos last night, and some of the shit that she's gone and done with me is crazy. And she just goes, she doesn't complain. She's a happy kid. Sled trails legal. About the salon run ever. Oh, the salmon run, I'm guessing you're saying. I've not a pond. I've seen like little creeks and stuff, just like you could walk across on the backs of the salmon. If you look at my long form videos, I got a fishing video on there. I think it's called solo dip netting or solo salmon fishing, something like that. I made it 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. And that one, you can see it. I'm out salmon fishing, and I got a net, and I'm just bringing fish. I think I got like 52 salmon or something like that. Like casting and dip netting in just a couple hours. Yeah, I knew what you meant. It took me a minute, but I knew what you meant. No, there's a subsistence, not a subsistence, personal use fishery. So the Copper River is this nasty river, and it runs up from like Cordova area, and it's about 80 miles upriver. It runs into Chitna, and if you look at some like historical stuff, there's like the Kennecott mine, and used to be a train that ran from Cordova into the interior, into the Kennecott, and that was one of the highest copper producing mines of its time. And so they built this railroad out to the ocean, and you are allowed, I think it's 30. So I'm allowed 15 fish, and then I'm head of household, so I get another 15. So I can catch 30, and then Shelby can catch 15, and then I proxy fish for some old timers. They give me their tags. So you go out there, and you just have this big net, and you can catch them. And then one of the guys that was on here earlier, I don't know if he's still on here, they do fish wheels, and they have these big fish wheels, and they'll catch 300 salmon in a day. Like, there's millions of these fish that run up, and it's regulated by the state. Like, they have a sonar that runs across the bottom of the water, and it counts fish as it goes by. So they know to a point how many fish are, like, what the fish run is looking like. But yeah, go watch that video, and it kind of like, you'll see, it's just like going to it's not, I don't consider it fishing. I consider it going to the grocery store. Like, I'm trying to fill my freezer. I'll be right back. So I don't know what candied salmon is, but no, I did actually. That was earlier, but this is it's squaw candy. So it's salmon bellies, and it's cured in a lot of brown sugar and salt, and then it's smoked. And is this what you're talking about? Because this stuff is so good, and I'm gonna eat it tomorrow. But it has such a high fat content off the belly. lizard jerky. Yeah, that's you can air dry it too. It's pretty good stuff. Like, it's a pretty small package because that's about all one guy wants to eat. Like one good chunk of that salmon belly that'll keep you going. From London. Nice. Hello, Ty. How you doing? Bellies are we had this bag, like we cut all the salmon. So we didn't video it or nothing, but it was last summer, me, Dick, Ryan, and my buddy One Stab. We went out and we cut all the bellies. So I got 30, Ryan got 30, Dick got 30, One Stab got 30. Yeah, so 100, what is that, 120? So we had 120 fish, give or take. And we kept the bellies off a bunch of them. And we had separated some of them into one bag, and the bag was like that, just full of just bellies. And Dick made a bunch of squaw candy out of it. Man, it's so good. Yeah, I'm by Manly. I'm in Alaska, on the South Fork of the Yukon. Now I gotta get some firewood and take a leak. Yeah, David, I don't, 8 a.m. in London, damn. Yeah, for sure. I struggle to keep stuff from freezing just inside my building. The real deal. So that's one of the things I want to do with this channel is I see a lot of Alaska content that is super exaggerated, and I know people do that so that to get more views, and that's what people want, I guess, to watch. But I try to, like, I'm trying to just show what's normal, I guess. What's just like I'm sure there's a ton of guys out there in their trapping cabins. One of my buddies right up the way, I go to his place and he doesn't even have a lantern. He's just sitting there with a headlamp reading a book, and he's been there for a week. Like, there's lots of guys that do stuff like this. They just don't want to video it. They don't want to film it. So that's kind of what I want to do with this channel, is just show what the non-dramatic everyday life is of people like me. And there's quite a few of us out here. There's not, I mean, in my opinion, there's quite a few, but I guess if you did a head count, it wouldn't probably be that many. Locking myself up. Yeah, I don't know. I like being out here. It's my favorite thing, favorite place to be. And when I'm not on here, I'm either editing videos, which I have a hard time finding time to do that. Because it's so busy. I'm always cutting firewood. I'm out on the trap line. I'm trying to get water. I'm trying to, keep it clean in here, like skin animals. There's always something to do. And then I'm not entirely alone. Like, my girlfriend Katie was just up here for a couple days too. So Yeah, not quite in my backyard. But when I do go to town, I'm going to do one of these lives in my shop at my house when I'm working on stuff in there. I wish I would have known. I wish I would have known to do these lives and how fun they'd be when I was doing, because like I didn't always get big chunks of time out here, so I would do a lot of prep work at my house. So I build all my snares, I'd work on my traps, I'd build, like I built my electrical panel in town, wired the whole thing, and just brought it out here as a unit. Did a ton of prep work. We built the trusses for this place in town. It would have been really cool to like get on live and, you know, show all you guys that part, but I wasn't doing those until Fool's Aaron told me to get on here and do it. Show us what Nat Geo won't. Good, the bad, and the raw and the real. Yeah, that, David, that's what we're trying to do. And I think those shows do a lot of, they stir up a lot of drama, and they, you know, I had a friend that was on Ice Road Truckers, and we watched it, and they're like, oh my God, if he can't figure it out, he might die out here, and he's gonna die, and he's gonna die, and that's what they kept saying. And I'm sitting at the bar watching it with him, and he's just like, dude, there was nothing like that at all. What happened right there happens all the time. It's not a big deal. And I think I think people might be getting tired of the over dramatized BS. But that's I don't know. I think if I show everybody what I do, maybe there's somebody out there that has a dream of coming up here, and they've been watching all these shows and seeing that, oh my gosh, you're gonna die around, there's a bear around every corner, and I'm gonna get eaten, and I'm gonna drown or freeze to death. But if I can show them that it's you can do it, it's not that hard, it's not that scary, maybe some of those people will come up and live out their dream. I don't know. But there's nobody for miles, that's for damn sure. Jeff, good evening. I'm trying to have my intake of water. Been a little dehydrated. This water has an aftertaste of licorice, so. Where you at in Alaska, Jeff? Have I spent time looking for gold? The last 10 years of my life, I was a gold miner. I didn't look for gold, but I work underground at a gold mine. So I drill holes and blow up rocks. Something's on the roof. No, that's my chimney popping. You're not gonna get me with that. Aliens, man. You know, it's funny because I see a lot of the, from UK, I see a lot of the, what do they call it? It's like fieldcraft survival, where they're out there building stuff out of sticks. Like they build a workbench or a picnic table, or they build a shelter. They make stuff out of one of the guys that I used to watch a lot of his videos when I was learning how to work leather. He was from the UK. A lot of hand tools. Yeah, you're in Anchorage, huh? Dumbledore? I take a Dumbledore now and again. Usually it's Yukon Cornelius, but I take a Dumbledore. People don't realize, dude, you got to drink so much water. Up here, it's Arctic desert. Like, it's no humidity. No, it's so dry. And I pack a lot of my drinking water out here too, so I get kind of stingy with it. But if I don't drink water, my nose will start to bleed. And like today, I got a headache. And the boys earlier, Fat Cat was saying, you know, I keep this pot is full of snow water, and that makes steam on the stove to keep some moisture in here. Uh, my buddy's doing a little panning and stuff like that, but not like I have a pan. I'll pack it around, but I don't like I don't fish a lot. I'll go out there with my buddies when they want to fish, and I'll take them fishing. But I like to see new stuff all the time. So if I'm out there in my boat, I'm trying to paddle somewhere, I'm trying to motor somewhere, I'm trying to hike somewhere, I'm trying to like be moving, like always be moving. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like sitting on top of a bluff and chilling, but man, I just love seeing new country. But yeah, back to, I gotta go back a little bit, but Fool, I saw a video where you said that you might be on the wagon, and I wasn't sure if that was, well, good for you, I guess. Hopefully that goes well. Every once in a while you gotta dry up for a bit. I've been there. I gotta go. What do I do? Benjamin hasn't had a beer in ages, as he's probably drinking a beer right now. No, I'm just kidding. That's good for you, man. You moved in your truck camper, and you're down in Anchorage. Good for you, man. Live streaming. I've been live streaming for 2 hours and 93 minutes. The first one that I was on was a couple hours. We were skidding some logs and cutting some firewood and stuff outside, but it's 30 something below. My phone couldn't handle it, so I had to come inside. It actually died and kind of ended the stream. Loneliness or money? Loneliness. My girlfriend comes out here. She's got a job where she travels a lot, and then she works from home. So I bring her out here, I don't know, once every couple months or once a month. Like, depends on her schedule. She'll roll out here. Depends on the temperature. And then money, I work at a gold mine. I work at 2 and 2 schedule, and I've been working every day since I was about 16 years old. So nobody gave me any money. I had to work for it, and I wasn't always smart with it, but it's pretty cheap to live out here. You don't need a whole lot, just some generator gas and snow machine gas. And I'm trapping, so I'll get some money for trapping. January 1st. Oh yeah, you're running for president. Cool. I'll vote for you. Vote for Fool. I'll start making t-shirts. In the trough, vote for Fool. Hunting wild turkey. When was the last time I saw a police officer or a cop? I'll get to that. I'll tell you that story. Modern day chat rooms, for sure. Yeah, my phone froze up completely. Like, I thought you guys were still on there, and I walked around and looked at it, and it just was the Apple thing, and then it went dark. It was kind of a bummer because it didn't download, so I couldn't save that live. So all the stuff we were doing, I don't know, I think we were doing some pretty cool stuff. None of that got saved, which is kind of a bummer. Or do I live stream because I'm lonely, or a way to make money? Oh, well, I'm not lonely. Like, I like being alone. And no, I'm not monetized yet. At some point, I'm sure I will be, but I've been making videos on YouTube for the last 4 years, and like, I was always kind of frustrated that I couldn't interact with the people, except for like on comments and stuff like that, and a lot of questions that get asked or things we want to talk about or things I want to show. Nobody wants to watch on like a long form video. Like, and then my buddy Fools Aaron, who's on here right now, he suggested that I do some live streaming, and I tried it and I love it. Like, I love, like, everybody gets on here. I met Trapper Scotty, Jay Fishin, like all those guys. They started following, and I don't know. It's just pretty cool, like getting on here and talking to people. Dude, I hope you run for president, fool. Let's go. So if I'm lonely, and one of the downsides, I guess, to doing these lives is I'm doing them on my phone. There's something with my GoPro where it's trying to get on some old YouTube channel I have. It doesn't have any subscribers, so I can't connect it on my YouTube. So if I have my generator on, that's usually the time that I use to talk to my family, talk to Katie, talk to my friends. I can call them, I can text them, I can FaceTime, whatever. So as far as being lonely, like, I can get a hold of people. But everybody, you know, people are doing their own thing too. So this is a good way to show people actively what I'm doing at the moment. And a lot of times these start out with me cutting firewood outside. Trading the stock market, huh? That's not for me, man. I feel like if you're gonna be good at the stock market, you gotta do a lot of reading about stuff that I'm not interested in. So, tough for me. I work with some guys that do a lot of, like, do day trading and all that. They do well, sometimes. You're gonna freeze your phone too. Yeah, bacon, that's cool. You found it on here. I just, like I said, man, I never ever thought about live streaming. Like, I wouldn't even have considered it as a way to communicate with people, or like, I didn't think anybody would want to watch me cook a musadilla and cut firewood. Like, I was just videoing all the day-to-day stuff, and trying to make it into like a long form video. And then Fools Aaron told me he's like, dude, just get on live stream and hang out there, and people will start watching and talking to you. And then I did it, and shit, I did it like 3 times, and I got in trouble because I showed some guns and I shouldn't have, and I learned some stuff. But yeah, I got on here, and I don't know, I like talking to you guys. It's freaking cool. And then Katie got on here, so instead of having to get off here and call her on the phone or talk to her, she hops on here. She likes it too. I don't have a way to donate. No, I thought about, we were talking about some, like some merch earlier, like t-shirts, hats, stuff like that. And I kind of thought about setting up a little store where, like, you could buy a hat for $15, or you could buy a hat for $30, or you could buy a hat for $15, or you could buy a hat for, you know, $15 plus a tip. But I want to give you guys back something. And I think the best thing you can do for this channel is go watch the long form videos, and, you know, because I don't always have time to be on the live stream. That's kind of what you said. That's pretty much what you said. Yeah, Jeff, people do like the stuff, and like, I've had some pretty good luck with my long form content, but I just think the live, it makes sense. It makes sense that you can just interact like right now. So Cash App. No, I don't have Cash App. I've got, yeah, I don't have any of that stuff. I'm trying to think of the one I have something that I pay a bill with, but no, I'm good. We'll keep going. We'll get the money from YouTube if it comes, and maybe some point we'll set something up. But yeah, with people asking about the merch, I'm gonna definitely make some. Yeah, that's what you said. That's what I said you said. Or close to it. Make some content, make some shorts to sponsor your content. Go live so people can meet the creator and the content. Yeah, I'm still making long form. I'm still doing the shorts. And we're live. Following all your advice. And when Fool told me to do this, I think I had like 900 and something subscribers, and now we've got over, I think we're at like 1130 or something. So, and that was like, I don't know, I met Fool a month ago, so it done really well in the last, yeah, it's done way better in the last month. So, and it's picking up traction. Like every day, people are starting to watch. So that's cool. For 3 months, I'll have to hop on there, Fat Cat. Yes, the other day I had like 200 people watching, which was pretty surprising to me that 200 people would want to watch me cut firewood. But hey, I'm glad they're watching. Or no, I was skinning a marten and then I got banned because my dumbass, somebody asked me to see a gun. Teach me how to not catch fish. I'm already pretty good at not catching fish. I'm well known for that. Sebash, how you doing? Yeah, I got a little bit of trouble, but I learned. There's just some parts of my day-to-day life that YouTube doesn't care for too much, I guess. Which is going to be tougher to do lives in the summer because I'm always packing, like, I mean, let's put it this way. In the wintertime, it's a lot easier to hide it because I'm wearing bigger clothes. In the summertime, it's shorts and t-shirts a lot. So I have to appendix carry my 44 mag. Yeah, I don't want to talk about money. I don't want to, like, even, I mean, I appreciate people wanting to donate to help out. I really, really appreciate it. But that's one of the things I hate talking about more than politics and religion is money is, I don't know. Like, I've earned all my money working. But don't get me wrong, I do appreciate you guys offering. It's not me like I can have guns. I looked this up. I can have guns on my shorts. I can have guns on my long form videos. I can't have guns on live. Yeah, there's something different. And I just was going off the rules because I've read out the rules and stuff for regular YouTube. And they all are pretty, like, TikTok is bullshit. Like, you can't have nothing on there because I was getting pretty decent views on TikTok compared to my YouTube videos. So I was like, maybe I'll go that route. But I can't do half the stuff that I can do on YouTube. but when you go in live, they don't want you to handle any firearms, which is whatever. But thank you for the advice, Fool. I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree. Like, even watching videos, when people start talking about it, I'm like, oh, I don't want to hear it. I don't care. David in Alaska, can your home defense carry be larger than your hunting rifle? I don't know. I think you can have whatever you want. You might even be able to have a cannon if you want. But you better make the first shot count if you got a cannon. Greetings from Russia. You're right across the street, man. Thank you. Oh, I knew what you meant, buddy. Kind of truck. I got a diesel, but I don't have a banjo. I got a Cummins. It's a white truck. Crew cab, long bed, tradesman edition, nothing fancy, but it has a manual transmission. No, I'm not Thor. But maybe, no. Maybe Gimli. Yeah, I hear you, Fool. At 6'7". Well, yeah. What's stopping you, Jeff? Like, if it's cameras or anything like that, just start with whatever you got. Like, seriously, you don't have to have the best rig out there to get going. If people will want to watch it, they'll watch it for sure if you're making good content. Yeah. I'm starting to think that this is what you do now, Scotty. So yeah, like Fool's Errand, probably the first YouTube guru that I've run into personally. That's given me pointers that have worked. And Scotty, like, you've got on. I was lucky to have you find the channel and get on and start helping me, man, because you've been on these lives just absolutely rocking it. Injury is something we're trying to avoid big time. That's why we wear earplugs, chaps, life jackets. We kind of slack on the safety glasses, but what's a 12-pack of beer cost? It's about $1 a beer. Do I have some for tomorrow? Because the store, yeah, I'm out here for probably a month, so I won't be going to the store. I think I pick up Katie on the 9th or 8th or something, so I have I don't know, I got a couple boxes of beer out here. I just gotta try to make sure they don't freeze and blow up, but I try to, I don't know, I might drink a couple, 2, 3. Sometimes I don't drink any. Sometimes I have 10, but I'm gonna run out at some point. Scotty was your first sub, right on. Scotty, you let me know when you do that, buddy. Yeah, the trolls, man. You know what? I welcome the trolls. No, I got lucky. I got my first moderator was Scotty, and he's been the sentinel, just keeping them at bay. And now I got Katie, Jay Fish, and Smurfy. Pulls Aaron. I got some good moderators, and that is a pretty important thing, I think. As far as tough skin, I got that from working with all the gentlemen that I get to work with every day. Oh yeah, goes this damper. Get some heat out of this sucker. I'm teaching you how to make musadillas. I'm sure you've had some mousse and some cheese rolled up in a tortilla before in your time. What I want to learn how to make is, and I think it's super simple, it's like tallow, flour, water, maybe no water, baking powder. Mix it up and make bannock. It's like a no raise. You're on here now, fool. You're on here now, buddy. Like the guy said before, great power comes a big power bill, electric bill, or whatever he said. Well, I mean, I can take you off, but yeah, PBR is the way to go. I got some of this single engine red. It's like a Killian's Irish red. It's made in Alaska. It's pretty good stuff. Corona. Yeah, you strike me as a Corona guy. You're from those hot regions of the U.S. Man, I lost my slippers. There we go. Corona and Jameson. I can't. Jameson and I are not on speaking terms right now. Can't do it. You like American beer? Me too. I drink some Miller Lite once in a while as well. Highlight Miller. Let's see. No. Jamie, I have not. Salish matter. I don't even know what that is. Black Label. I'll mess with some of that. Yeah, we don't really talk about a religion on here, Cooley. Sorry. I just think it's we're here to talk about trapping and outdoors and wilderness, and it's not really what we're into. Yeah, I think people that believe in God or don't believe in God still enjoy the outdoors, so I don't see why it matters. All right, Just. Texas, huh? Whew, JG. Hope you're having a good winter down there. Yeah, the JMO for me is I gotta, yeah, Got to be in the right mindset. D. Miller, what's happened? Oh, why am I calling him Fool? Because that's his name, Fool's Errand. And I know him. Like, he's a friend of mine, so that's the dude I'm calling Fool. I knew. I mean, you could call yourself a fool, but I'm calling you Banjo. Nice to meet you, fool. I like Katie likes Pendleton. She'll drink some Pendleton, have it around. She'll make me a glass once in a while. I don't mind that. Me and my buddy had some Jameson on the rocks. That was pretty good the other day. I don't know which Jameson, but I did have some, and I only had a glass, and then I got on an airplane. So, but I like Knob Creek. That's my go-to. The glass bottle's a bummer, so I put it in a stainless bottle when I bring it out here. Well, sometimes. When I put it in the boat. Bushnell's is all right. Jason, this channel's, I'm out in Alaska, out on my trap line, out in the middle of nowhere. And it's about being out in the wilderness. I'm in an uninsulated cabin at 33 below zero. And I'm just staying warm. Earlier we were cutting firewood, and yesterday we skinned a marten, or the day before we skinned a marten. But old JMO. Lights are low. What's my favorite thing to hunt? It's either moose or bears. Like, I've been hunting moose since I was 12. I used to go out with my grandpa and my dad. And bear hunting, though, it's a different ballgame. I love doing that. Yeah, 33 below, but it's a dry cold. That's what they say. That's what they say in Texas, huh? It's a dry heat. No, it's cold. Like, I mean, earlier when I came in here, my fingers were white, but yeah, but that's a dry 39 degrees, right? Bear tastes good. Tastes like pastrami when you do it right. Two-leg deer is your favorite. I don't know if you guys heard that or not, but so if a bear's charging you and it's running at you full adrenaline, yeah, the bigger the better, I think. But I got a 45-70. I carry a 300 Win Mag a lot. I got a 44 on my hip, but I'd shoot a bear with a 30-06 or a 308. Katie shot one with a 6.5 Creedmoor that was my daughter's, and it dropped. It just fell right. I mean, it was a 6-foot black bear, and it just fell right on its face. So, if you know you're gonna have time, you can definitely use a smaller caliber, because your shot placement is obviously the most important thing. They're just an animal. Like, they're just skin, bone, and muscle. Like, you shoot them in the rib cage, shoot them in the lungs, they're gonna die, or the heart, they're gonna die. But if something's charging you, that's kind of like full adrenaline. That's a different story. You don't have a lot of time. So I use a 45-70 with open sights. So two-leg fish. Virginia, nice. 357, yeah, that's what people used to carry all the time for bears. But, like, I don't pack one. I mean, I have a 10 mil. That's about the smallest that I would pack for a bear. I usually have my 44. Yeah, bear is super good to eat. Black bear. I don't mess around with grizzly bears. They eat different stuff. Like black bears eat a lot of roots, vegetables, fruit, stuff like that. Grizzly bears eat a lot of dead animals. And they're stinky. You can tell if a bear's gonna taste good if you cut into the meat and you smell it, or if you cook a piece of the meat and you smell it. It'll be like, if it smells like wet dog, that's the smell you're gonna get. It's not very good. Or try to feed some to your dog. If your dog won't eat it, you shouldn't. I've eaten a lot of bear meat. It's good. And everybody's worried about like trichinosis and stuff like that. It's not that big of a deal. You just cook it and it's good. I don't eat it raw, but oh, friendly words. My bad. Friendly words. Dispatch? That's a friendly word. Bison does taste good. Yeah, if a dog won't eat it, you shouldn't eat it. I've also had dogs not want to eat like pike. Like we've caught pike and they cooked it up and they don't want to eat it. Hello, Wiley. Thanks again, fool. Keep me honest. I appreciate it. Gotta watch the phrasing. Yes, I would. So I've actually read a couple books, and the people, yeah. So the people, back to the dog question, the canine question is, people used to historically, not anymore, but the northern explorers, the guys that were like Cook, Edmondson, they would go out and they're trying to get to the North Pole or the South Pole, and they would take these huge dog teams that would carry all their gear. And the reason they were so big, dog teams, is because if times got hard, they had a viable food source. And that was pretty common, that those guys, like Shackleton, all those guys, it was a pretty common thing for those guys to do these big expeditions, and their food is basically carrying gear for them, and then they would have stuff to eat. But how do I get fruits and vegetables? I don't. I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't do, like, I don't own a dog, so. Yeah, Shackleton, he's a pretty bad dude. Edmondson was a pretty bad dude, too. He discovered the Northwest Passage. Well, I'm sure he didn't he was the first white man to document it. I'm sure there's people going around there for a long time before him. Yep, Shackleton. Shackleton was badass. And one of the things that I read in Edmondson's book was the reason that people would get so messed up out there is they would get scurvy because they didn't get the right vitamins. So, you know, they say limeys and all that. Like, the Arctic explorers, what they figured out from the natives, that's what they taught them, was to eat uncooked, partially cooked seal meat. And there's something about that seal meat that gives them the right vitamins. Because you have to imagine, like, all the indigenous people in the interior of Alaska, or the coastal regions of Alaska, that live up there year round, all winter they had no way to get vegetables. So the reason they weren't getting scurvy is because they're eating all this raw seal meat. And that's one of the ways you can not get scurvy. I've had seal meat. I've had dried seal meat. It's called black meat, and it's in seal oil, and it is foul. It is so stinky. But if it's going to keep you from all your teeth from falling out and you dying. No, he didn't win this first at South Pole. Yeah, vitamin C for sure. And it's vitamin C and something else. There's another vitamin in there. Yeah, so his story about being locked in the ice for however long, I can't remember how long he was locked in the ice. But what's crazy, and I didn't know this when I read that book, I read a different book by Edmondson. What they would do is these guys would intentionally take their boats and let them freeze in for the winter, and then they would do studies on the ocean. And the only way back then to study the ocean and the currents and things like that would to be not like to not move. And when you're on a sailboat, there's no way to not move off where you are. You're going to be floating or moving around with the current. So they would freeze their ships in, and then they could study the ocean underneath them without going anywhere. They'd just be frozen into this one spot. So it was actually pretty common for them to get frozen in. This old boy, Edmondson, he walked over to Russia. He just like walked over there. They're running out of supplies. So him and a couple of dogs went over there and got some stuff and came back. It was crazy. Yeah, the Donner Party, them boys had a rough go. Anytime I hear the Donner Party, I always think Wagons East, with John Candy. Yeah, I'm in a cabin, Jason. I don't know, 2-hour snow machine ride from the first gas station, and that's just a little place where it's only open. It's not open on Thursday and Friday or something like Thursday and Sunday, a little town. And then another 3.5-hour drive to the closest hospital. So if I need to go to the hospital, I have a 2.5-hour snow machine ride and a 3.5-hour drive to get there, or an hour each way in a helicopter. Yeah, he was Dutch. Yep. Falcon. Yeah, Edmondson was Dutch too. Yep. And there was Cook as well, and Cook like claimed to be the first person to the North Pole, but they later found out he was full of shit. Robert Falcon. Yeah. Norway? Maybe Edmunds was Norwegian, or he was Dutch and he got sponsored by the Norwegian government. I can't remember. I think back when all the Arctic exploring was going on, there was a lot of countries that were just sponsoring people to go out on these trips and these big voyages. I read a lot about those guys because they were tough. 1,800 seconds. Hell yeah. Oh. Well, I don't know if Santa was, because he lived just south of Fairbanks. I seen him in his house. Well, his house is just south of Fairbanks, there's a little town called North Pole, and you can go to the Santa Claus house, and there's reindeer outside. Like straight up, I'm not even kidding. Oh, nice. I didn't know that. From Tennessee. I mean, if you want a sub, you definitely don't have to. I got a buddy that lives in Tennessee. I've said this like 10 times. I cannot remember where he lives. I've been there. We need some more popcorn, huh? I was hoping to get it like 80 degrees in here tonight before I went to bed, but I don't think that's going to happen. Here comes the popcorn. I would say I like all those things, except for, actually, reptiles are pretty cool too. Wait, no. If you're talking about snakes, I'm not a big snake guy. But I appreciate the sub. MF, yeah, I grew up I was born in Southeast Alaska and I moved to the interior when I was in my early teens. Been in Alaska my whole life. There's your popcorn. Cool. Yeah, I'm Ryan. $18 out, huh? Yeah, it was 25 below when I woke up, and it was 15 below inside my cabin. I feel your pain. And I don't have to go to work. Well, I don't consider it work, but you got a pet snapping turtle? All right, that's pretty cool. Bearded dragon, I don't know about that, man. But the snapping turtle, that's probably pretty sweet. You're 13? Okay. Well, you be safe with all of that. Salmon fishing's pretty fun. Oh, listen to that sucker roar. It's a good time, salmon fishing. I got a salmon fishing video on my long form videos. You can watch how we do it up here. What do I do for work? I work at a gold mine. I've been about 10 years I've been there. Not about. I've been there, I guess it'll be 11 in May. Got some brook trout, huh? Good on you. Salmonoid. I'm gonna start calling them salmonoids. Going out salmonoid fishing. I like that. I appreciate you giving me that bit of information. On my next video while we're out fishing, I'm gonna say we're catching some salmonoids. If it's a big one, we're gonna call it Salmonoid Maximus. It does sound like an alien bug. Man, it's do a little temp check. Yeah, it's still almost 30 below and almost 60 degrees inside. Still in the 50s. I don't have a TV out here, no. Thanks, Revenant. I appreciate that, man. What's the meaning of life? I think they made a movie about that. I think John Cleese is in it. You can check it out. Oh, live. All right, so with the meaning to the live. Australia. What's the meaning to 37 degrees? I don't. Ooh, what? 100 degrees, dude. That's too hot. Too hot. Knock it off. Vegetarian Viking. Man, I just ate moosadilla I ate moose for dinner. So young, I'm good. How are you? I do some fishing. I mostly take other people fishing, my friends and stuff. That I'll take them out in the boat. I went to Australia in January. Actually, real close to this time, a long time ago, and January in Australia is summertime. I found out. It was so hot, and I don't tan. I burn. It was brutal. And the anthills were almost as tall as I was. Who's awesome? Are you talking about your snapping turtle being awesome?